And as you've just seen, we're about to record these sessions so we can share them later. If you do have any concerns, we're being recorded, leave your camera off so we can't see you. And just to raise a point we raised earlier, use the chat box to introduce yourself and use the Q&A to ask questions, which would be really good. So for my takeout on what Steve's saying there, he's commenting around the England elm development. We know the policy across the UK is also changing for all farming support systems. We have some strong targets for cleaner air and cleaner water. And unless we change our farming systems and deliver a healthy landscape and use our natural resources in a more beneficial way, we could be seeing, as he's talked about, a polluter pays principle. So that will add additional costs to our balance sheet. And understanding the natural assets and actually recording them and keeping them on our balance sheets. We are asset managers, and all of our natural capital needs to be recorded and understood. And how do we use that natural capital to enhance and make our farm businesses more profitable? So I thought that was a great introduction. I see there's a question came in. Some would say 11% of emissions from 70% of the UK land was relatively good use. How would you change these attitudes? We need our landscape to capture carbon in the future. We need to make sure our farming system is as carbon neutral and actually carbon positive as possible. And we may touch on that later. So thank you very much. We'll hand over to Chris and introduce Chris Clark to chair our next session. Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, Martin. Morning, everybody. Thanks very much for tuning in. What a great start from Sir Dieter Helm. And he concentrated a lot on the balance sheet, and I'm going to concentrate a lot on the P&L with a little bit on the balance sheet, and we might even talk about how those two come together. So my background is first generation farming, agricultural college, farming in Wales, and then farm manager and tenant, and eventually bought a farm in the Yorkshire Dales and then sold that this last year. And the background behind me is my small farm in North Devon. We're going to concentrate today on, let me just share my screen. Here we go. So hopefully you can all see that. Is that coming out okay? Shout if it isn't. We're going to concentrate on the core principles of nature and its impact on a farm business. I've looked at 80 farms, 80 plus farms over the last 2 years. And there's two controversial but indisputable conclusions. When farming is at maximum profitability, nature is at its maximum value. When farming is at its maximum profitability, I'll add before support, nature is at its maximum value. And I'll also be going through with you that there's a sweet spot where farming and nature coincide to their mutual benefit. Both concepts controversial, against the received wisdom, but backed up now by the 80 plus farms that we've reviewed. And not one of those farms has exhibited anything other than the characteristics that we're going to discuss in the next 20 minutes or so. And not only do we have this, the evidence from these 80 farms, we now know that what has been found out is backed up by the laws of physics, mathematics, and economics. So where do we start? How can we begin to show that what I'm saying is actually true? Well, we have a managed landscape. I'm not sure that we have any truly wild places left in the UK. And how would you define truly wild? Well, for me personally, whether there's a trophic cascade, whether there are top predators around, and we don't have that. We operate in a managed landscape. And that's a landscape that has been nudged along by us, by farmers, for 1,500 years. That was trying to produce food to keep us all going. And it was there, and because we are who we are, we want to try and produce more and more of it. But until the 1914-18 war, the Second World War as well, there was an equilibrium between farming and nature. But since the two world wars, we've been asked to produce food at all costs. And in fact, some would say it's producing food at any costs. And so we have this managed landscape, which should be in equilibrium with nature, and was in equilibrium with nature at some point pre-1900. Now that equilibrium, getting technical, is not a stable equilibrium, and I'll show you why later on. Technically, it's an unstable equilibrium, and it's unstable because farming has to provide that good husbandry for crop or livestock for the maintenance of that equilibrium. So in summary, we have had a managed landscape, but actually right now we've moved away from that. That managed landscape was an equilibrium. We are now way out of kilter with that managed landscape, and we need to get back to it. And when we get back to that balance, find that sweet spot, we will find that farming is at its most profitable and nature is at its best. So we've had the managed landscape. We also have another issue which we've only just begun to understand, and that is that nature provides farm businesses with something we've called free issue. We in farming receive free issue sunshine, rain, fertility, grass, crops. There is, as far as we know at the moment, no other industry that has this sort of advantage, this sort of asset. And it fundamentally changes the way farms should be seen, should be managed, and should be accounted for, both in the profit and loss account and on the balance sheet. And so it also affects, when we look at the accounting for farming, how we manage our costs. And some of our costs are variable: seed, fertilizer, purchase concentrate. And some of our costs are fixed costs: rent, rates, insurance, labor, finance. Variable costs are associated with driving volume, driving more sheep, more cattle, more wheat, more barley, more beans. Fixed costs, within reason, stay static unless there's a step change in the size of business. Fixed costs remain static, and they include the rent and rates and insurance, etc., etc. So understanding that is really important, and I'll show you why. So this is, I'm going to show you a chart now. This is how we in farming have come to accept that we run our business model, and it's based on exactly the same model that every other industry uses as well. And I'll show you why this doesn't work as well. So you've got revenue and costs up the vertical axis, output volumes on the horizontal axis, revenue line. As you increase your output, your sales of wheat or barley or sheep or beef, your revenue increases, and there are your fixed costs. Those costs remain static. You then add onto those fixed costs the variable costs: fertilizer, feed, sprays, etc. And where the variable costs cross the revenue line, having taken into account the fixed costs, is where you break even. So beyond the break-even point is all profits. At least that's what we've been told. And so farming has driven production to increase the amount of profit. So in summary, expansion beyond the break-even point delivers continuously growing profits. Maximizing output eases the burdens of fixed cost recovery. Is this a win-win strategy? Unfortunately, this model is in fundamental disagreement with what actually happens on farm. And we've only just begun to understand this over the last 2 or 3 years. Why is that? because we have to subdivide variable costs. And we have to subdivide variable costs because of that concept that we talked about earlier of free issue. What are the costs that are associated with the free issue, sunshine, rain, fertility, etc.? And what are the costs associated with driving the production? Productive variable costs, contract labor, harvesting, seeds, etc. That is what is associated with the free issue. But the corrective variable costs, concentrates, fertilizer, and sprays, we've associated with driving production. And how does that change that previous chart? Well, these are the economic realities of what is actually happening. Same chart, same variable cost line, same revenue line, same fixed costs, but actually in farming, that's what happens. There is an inflection point. And that PVC line, that first purple line before the kink, before the dog leg, those are the costs associated with the free issue, the variable costs associated with free issue. And then what we do as farmers is then try and drive production to compensate for elevation or rainfall, precipitation, or latitude, and we drive costs up with these corrective variable costs, the fertilizer, feed, etc. And so what ends up happening is that we were in profit in this sort of area here, the profitable area, and most, if not all, the farms we deal with have driven their production and are now in the breakback point here. This is before support, and it's critical to understand that we need to work out where farming is before support, because support is changing, disappearing, getting less. And at that inflection point is where the farming is at its most profitable and where nature is at its best. We've called that maximum sustainable output, or MSO. So these variable costs are non-linear, and they comprise of two parts: the PVCs incurred when working with nature, and the CVCs incurred when substituting for nature. When we add fertilizer, sprays, purchase concentrates to our P&L account, we are substituting for nature. There is nothing more cost effective than the free issue fertility and crops and grass that we get from that. Profits are maximized at the inflection point. This point here, that's where they are maximized. Break even occurs earlier in the output scale in the standard model. If you use a conventional way of calculating your variable costs, your break even will be much, much later. And there is a new potential breakback point. And this bit here is defined as the MSO. One more chart, and then I'll give up on charts, but just wanted to show you this same thing in a different way. This is the pattern of profits that we found on farms. Profit up the vertical axis and volume along the horizontal axis. And the most profits occur at the MSO. And what we have actually is not a point of MSO, but a zone. Okay, so, and what farmers are doing are balancing a ball on top of this mountain, trying to prevent it rolling too far down this way or too far down the other way. Having too few stock produces different stresses on nature than having too many stock, but they still produce stresses. So the MSO is where farmers should be trying to get to. That is where farming will be at its most profitable and nature will be at its best. So what are the features of MSO? Well, we've already talked about them: maximum profitability and margin, and the maximum contribution from nature. If you are at MSO, nature is working with you to make your business more profitable. And your business is then working with nature to make it at its best. If you go to either side of MSO, extra costs. If you go above MSO, to the right of MSO, you incur extra costs by substituting for nature, additional purchase feed, additional fertilizer, and this brings additional stresses on the soil fertility and the biodiversity. If you go below, to the left of MSO, you're not in a managed landscape exploiting, I know that's a tricky word, exploiting nature in the way that it can be exploited, and you bring in different stresses. So MSO is the point at which the inherent natural capital, which Dieter Helm was talking about, delivers its maximum commercial benefit. This is where the P&L and the balance sheet come together. What's the current situation in farming? Well, most farms that we go on to, in fact, over 90% of them are working beyond their MSO. If those farm businesses come down to the MSO, that inflection point, they'll get increased biodiversity, improved soil fertility, improvements in animal health, and increasing profitability. If we get the inevitable decrease in farm outputs, which is very scary when you first start doing it, and these can be offset by a new focus on the balance sheet, treating natural capital as a marketable product, and heading down the branded high quality product, high quality food route. And there's various things that can be done really well by farmers. So, Dieter Helm again, treat nature as a stakeholder. If you treat nature as a stakeholder, it will end up on your balance sheet, and it will help your free issue fertility in grass. It helps to find a better business, and it helps your return on total assets, and your business will be more profitable. Final slide. So what is the future for farm business planning? Well, there are 4 of them. We've got to promote a proper balance with nature. Nature and farming are inextricably linked. If you do this, if you farm badly, you will adulterate the natural environment as a farmer. We have to promote this better balance, this equilibrium between farming and nature. Aim for a profitability improvement. Reduce those CVCs, those fertilizer, feed, vet and med to a certain extent, etc., etc. And also, which we haven't covered in any detail, aggressively reduce your fixed costs. We need to end the commodity producer status. In that type of business environment, there is only one winner, the least cost producer. And if you are not it, or him or her, then you are not going to be as successful as they are. Abattoirs act as a commodity trader, and that causes us problems too. And so we need to change not only abattoirs, but our own farmers, and not act as factories. And we need to encourage the development of added value products. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chris. I'm now going to pass over to Tim Benton.
Morning, all. Let me just get my screen up. Okay, well, thanks very much to Chris and to Dieter. I'm going to take a very different view from either of them in the sense of the framing to which I'm talking, but reaching broadly similar conclusions about why we need to, in fact, in a sense, de-intensify our farming systems. So let's just start at the beginning. We all know that farming is, as Dieter said, the #1 polluting sector in the world, the #1 user of habitat, the biggest driver of biodiversity loss, etc. And a lot of this comes from the broad sense intensification of our farming system, so creating large-scale monocultural landscapes and putting lots of inputs onto those. or large-scale grazing landscapes or arable landscapes to produce feed or whatever it might be. So around the world, we are increasingly aware, and reports left, right and centre are highlighting some of these issues. From another perspective, our food system, as well as being unsustainable from an environmental viewpoint, is also unsustainable from a health viewpoint, because our food system is now underpinning poor diets around the world, which are the #1 global cause of ill health. And just as a passing stat, more people die each year associated with from poor diets, too many calories or too few nutrients. 6 times more people die each year from poor diets than have died from COVID during the last year. So it is a big, long-running issue that we have to think about, both how to make our food system more sustainable and how to make it better from a human-centric perspective. And of course, as Dieter and Chris have just talked about, nature does a lot for farming systems. It provides, through its natural capital and the ecosystem services that arise from that, soil fertility, natural enemy control, pollinations in some systems. It provides alternative markets, whether for fiber or carbon storage. Elms will come along and pay everybody large sums of money for preserving biodiversity, etc., etc. And it also allows people to produce less but better for premium markets and do a whole range of other things. And of course, resilience is key, particularly in a world of changing climate and volatility in inputs and so on. The more you work with nature, as Chris was laying out, the more likely you are to be able to weather some of the variances that will be thrown at us by the water, by the weather, or changing climate in general, or changing input prices and so on. So I just really want to put some kind of conceptual framing around why we are where we are today, where intensification has become deeply entrenched as the rationale for agricultural development, and where nature has really been sidelined. Chris's model is one way of framing this, and I'll take a kind of top-down view of the system as a whole. But in principle, the drive for intensification comes from post-war development of the Bretton Woods Institution, the liberalization of trade, and above all, the notion that producing more food more cheaply is a public good. And this graph on the left-hand side of this slide shows that as we've increased cereal yield as a proxy for intensification, prices have come down in a more or less linear way, give or take 1 or 2 periods of crisis. And as prices have come down, because we've increased our intensification, the availability of calories per capita around the world has increased to the point where there is more calories now than anybody needs. And of course, this was the kind of rationale for doing this: make food cheaper, more available, everybody has access to it. And because it's cheaper, you have money to spend on other things, and we can drive the consumer-driven economy and maximize economic growth. But of course, it always has unintended consequences writ large, in the sense that as we drive down the price of food through intensification, it makes it economically rational to waste it. So the third panel along, and it makes it economically rational because we're surrounded by food at all times to increase our calorie intake to the point that it undermines our health. And the thing about the 2 right-hand graphs as opposed to the 2 left-hand graphs, as you can see, they are accelerating. So on a global basis, every increment of yield we make doesn't have a linear marginal impact. It has a non-linear marginal impact. So it makes the outputs, the outcomes, so much worse. Every time we increase our intensity, it makes waste much bigger, and it makes ill health through overconsumption much bigger, to the point where increasing the intensity of farming makes no sense from an economic perspective. And in fact, this example is just one of a myriad of examples of where the cheaper food paradigm ends in negative outcomes. So I'll just whiz through my famous vicious circles diagram. We drive intensification and liberalized trade. That's increasingly driving climate change. The latest figure on a global basis is that the food system is responsible for 35% of all greenhouse gas emissions. As we drive climate change, yields decline in various places relative to how they would be otherwise. And we say, oh my God, we're not going to have enough food to feed the world. Therefore, we've got to intensify further. As yields declined, various parts of the world increase their agricultural footprint. That leads to biodiversity loss, and biodiversity loss in turn leads to yield declines. And we say, oh my God, we've got to intensify further. And of course, in some parts of the world, the fact that you can make a lot of profit from converting forest to agriculture leads to agricultural expansion in the direct sense. As we drive climate change, we're saying, oh, we need land to suck out the carbon from the atmosphere, so we've got to plant trees everywhere. And this is changing where people are farming in various parts of the world, and that agricultural expansion and change in farming conditions is in itself disturbing the land and driving climate change. As we make food cheaper and more available, we deplete the soils, the soil depletion depletes the yields, and we say, oh, we've got to intensify further. As we intensify and make food cheaper, we concentrate in fewer and fewer crops and commodities grown at larger and larger volume in very intensive systems, in monocultures that leads to biodiversity loss. As we make food cheaper, it drives more waste, which drives more climate change, which makes things worse. As we concentrate crops, so 75% of the world's calories come from 8 crops, it makes it economically rational to feed grain to livestock. People eat too much meat, and processed meat particularly, which undermines nutrition. Everybody in the world is eating products from the same commodity crops. That leads to dietary convergence and too many calories and not enough nutrients, which undermines nutrition as well. As we produce more livestock, it produces more methane, that drives more climate change. And as we drive climate change, we reduce the nutrient content of our crops because they grow and allocate resources in different ways to their grains, and that undermines nutrition as well. So what you can see here is we have a whole host of interlocking vicious circles. That means that the notion of intensification, every time we intensify further, it makes the system worse in multiple fronts. And so as a result, if you take the cartoon of the food system, we have focused on producing very highly productive agriculture at one end, and the rest of the food system is hugely unproductive, inefficient. So a lot of the calories that are produced don't get consumed, they get fed to livestock. A lot of the protein is wasted. And when you look at the environmental and health outcomes, it creates a huge burden on the public purse rather than a benefit to the public purse. And so I think we need to think more about systemic efficiency rather than agricultural efficiency. And what do I mean by systemic efficiency? Well, typical notion is, in the farm sector is to talk about total factor productivity. So that's yields per input. That, of course, ignores what Chris and Dieter were talking about, the environmental subsidy coming from natural capital. So we could think about total resource productivity in the sense of our productivity taking into account any erosion of natural capital, which is considerable. So in the UK, the use of fertilizers alone, this is a decade ago, was equivalent in terms of environmental costs to half the entire value of the sector. And as Chris has said, if you use some sort of measure of total resource productivity, and Chris's MSO is a version of this, you end up saying the productivity of farming is much less than we think in terms of total factor productivity. But furthermore, if we think about what is the food system for, in terms of the outcomes from producing food, we can think about total system productivity in terms of people fed divided by the inputs, not just the environmental inputs and the traditional inputs, capital, labor, and synthetic inputs, and so on. And if you think about total system productivity in those terms, it's equivalent to people fed healthily and sustainably per unit input. And in the UK, our farming system is about 10 billion income. the direct costs of environmental degradation through climate and soils and pollution is about 10 billion, and the direct costs from poor nutrition, healthcare systems, is between 30 and 50 billion in itself. So were we to think about designing a food system that was based on total system productivity rather than agricultural productivity, you would think about having a food system that was designed very, very differently, with different ways of growing, different ways of different things grown, and so on. So where are we looking ahead? This is a figure from the, broadly speaking, the scientific literature that shows the data in terms of the yield curve against biodiversity, similar sort of curve you'd get for carbon. You get the maximum biodiversity if you leave land alone. You get the maximum yields if you farm intensively. And if you farm in a nature-friendly farming way, you end up somewhere in the middle. And traditionally, this is seen as the worst of both worlds, because if you, in Chris's parlance, the equilibrium nature of farming with land, with the environment, would produce, in a nature-friendly farming sort of way, a certain amount of produce and a certain amount of biodiversity. But given this curve here, it leads to the notion that we should focus on sparing land in some parts of our landscape and driving intensification in other parts of the landscape. And because of the shape of this curve, theoretically, if you do both of these, you end up with more produce and more biodiversity. And this is the land sparing and sustainable intensification framing that is very common in discourse and in the literature. But the problem with this, of course, is that it doesn't work like that in the real world. You get spillover via multiple routes from the land that is converted and farmed intensively. It pollutes the atmosphere, it creates climate change, it creates the incentives to convert any wild land into farming systems anyway. And by farming intensively, you undermine your natural capital, which leads to yield declines in the long term. So actually, this model, sustainable intensification and land sparing, is not a good model because it doesn't work in the real world. So the answer to this is to think about how we can move, getting away from this intensification blob, move to creating enough food to feed people, eating less but better, and rewarding people through farmers through the market to do that, and reducing the pressure on land to spare land for nature. And this way, having nature-friendly farming and land that is spared for nature can produce enough to feed people, enough profit, and it can allow a significant amount of biodiversity conservation in the natural capital, as Dieter was saying. So that leads to two visions that are contested and deeply entrenched at the moment. We have the typical business as usual vision, a continued focus on productivity, sustainable intensification as the prime driver of agriculture. That creates more cheaper food, driving more waste and ill health. It drives more climate change, has greater impacts in yields in the long run, creates greater need for land for climate mitigation. We've got to plant trees all over the place and take land out of agriculture. It intensifies competition for land, water, and energy. It creates more uniform landscapes, and it creates a system which is deeply unresilient. The alternative vision, which is often talked about in places such as this meeting or Groundswell or on the fringes of the world of the UN Food System Summit, is thinking about driving the food system towards a greater focus on systemic efficiency, creating healthier diets, promoting low waste, sustainable food systems. This requires a greater recognition of the values associated with food, higher farm gate prices, farmers getting paid more to allow them to work with nature better and farm in a more sustainable way. If we had a more diversified agricultural system providing more diversified diets, we could have more circular agriculture, more mixed farms, more multifunctional landscapes, working better with nature, fewer monocultural landscapes, more rural employment. And if we were efficient with our food system, growing food that makes people well in a sustainable way, it would reduce competition for land and make space for nature. And in the long run, that would be more resilient. So these two visions of sustainable agriculture are quite debated, as I said. And this is a different framing for the same sort of information. If we are about maximizing productivity, if you listen to George Eustace, you make a whole set of assumptions about the way that the future of farming will go. If you're thinking about how do we make nature sustainable, how do we make farming sustainable, and the role of dietary change within that, you end up in a very different place, thinking about the future being about integrated agricultural landscapes, not monocultures, and thinking about dietary change being towards less but better, where beef from an agroecological system, avoiding grain-fed livestock, is an important part of what makes sustainable farming. The figure at the panel on the right is also more associated with more regionalized food systems, more local food networks, and without a doubt is likely to be more resilient to the sorts of things that the future is going to chuck at us. So just a few words of conclusions. This meeting today is really about why intensification is not a good idea, but still the political discourse is very much pro. We must improve our productivity. We must improve the outputs per farm. And this is underpinned by a whole set of assumptions, including the free market neoliberal view that if demand is out there, our job is to supply that demand and make a profit for people to do so. The cheaper food paradigm in terms of, well, we can't let food prices rise, is very politically entrenched. You will have seen that Boris Johnson said on the day the National Food Strategy was produced, we're not going to tell people what to eat and we're not going to let food prices rise. At the moment, it's very politically toxic. We have a whole lot of incumbent power relationships that mean people talking about de-intensifying farming are often not part of the elites that make the decision. We have a knowledge system and thought leaders which are very technocratic in the sense that they say that we can continue a business as usual lifestyle if only we invest enough in finding a technical solution to the problems rather than a systemic change to the solution to the problems. And that includes, of course, a lot of our science basis. But in the long term, I think sustainable intensification will lose its flavor. And this is for a number of reasons, including, as Dieter said, unsustainable farming through an intensification first model will eventually end up in breaking the system. And as climate change and intensification erodes natural capital, it is more likely to respond to volatility in markets and the weather in ways that will really undermine cash flows and undermine profitability. So to build resilience to the way that the climate is changing and the way the world is changing, we do need more regenerative approaches. We do need systemic change, and systemic change might not come through the market in and of itself, but it might come through people worrying more about wanting to eat healthily, and it might come from people changing their demands because of their worry about climate. And what we can see already, and Dieter mentioned this a little bit, is that market attitudes are likely to change. Market attitudes are changing in terms of sustainable investments, and we know citizens' attitudes to the need to deal with climate change are changing. So we can expect changes in the way that people relate to food, and we can expect markets to change. And in the meantime, evidence for the profitability of growing less but better, or less is more in Chris's term, is growing all the time. There's lots of scope for people to gain a market premium from producing something which is genuinely, not greenwashingly, nature-friendly farming. And my final comment is that we have got this horribly wrong for the last 60 or 70 years by focus only on productivity enhancing innovations. And that has led to all of these negative outcomes, technically known as Jevons paradox. We have to do better because the challenges to the future are about biodiversity, they're about diets, they're about climate change, they're about water, they're about air quality and pollution in general. And the only way of doing this, tackling all of these challenges, is by changing the way that we farm and getting sustainability there on the agenda and not in a sustainable intensification sort of way. And then just, if anybody wants to see a report that covers some of these things in a bit more detail, there's a reference to food system impacts and biodiversity loss, which is available through the Chatham House website. So with that, I will stop now. Chris.
Are you there, Chris, to come back?
I am.
Thank you. Do you want to work the way through some of the questions, Chris, as well as any comments back on Tim's?
Sure.
Thank you.
So which questions do you want me to have a look at?
If you go down to the Q&A, we have a various set of questions in there. I can set you off on one there, Chris, if you want to.
Yep.
Do you put veterinary costs in PVC or CVC, or in calculating the MSO, do you need to split vet bills into two portions?
Okay, so veterinary costs are tricky because you will always have some veterinary costs, but they would be, anecdotally, we know that the more sheep you have, the higher the veterinary costs per sheep. The biggest enemy of any sheep is another sheep. So when we were farming with sheep in the Yorkshire Dales, as we reduced our flock, so the veterinary bills went down to the point where we didn't do any treatment of feet or any fluking or any dosing of any sort, in fact. So there will be some veterinary costs that go into the PVCs associated with the free issue, but quite a large amount can be allocated into CVCs. Shall I carry on going down?
You're okay with that? That's fine, thank you.
Does the positivity of the profitability shown on your graph with the MSO zone only apply if these products are then sold at a premium as a nature-friendly branded product? No, we've just taken the commodity price of products. Farmers will be better off at MSO than they will be at any other point. So would the MSO be the same thing as carrying capacity of the land? Carrying capacity of the land without CVCs? Yes, absolutely. That's what if that answers that question. Do we provide training on how to calculate MSO? We're working on that now. We're working on a project developing an app for farmers to use, and we're just starting work with a group of farmers in the Northwest. Amy says, how do we all get off the commodity treadmill? As an arable farmer, I very much fear my barley is easily replaced by imported barley. You only need Scottish water to make Scotch whiskey. Well, I agree with that. You only need Scottish water. You can't make whiskey anywhere else in the world, I don't think. So how do we get off that commodity treadmill? There are only two ways. One is to become more profitable, and two is to add value. And the added value doesn't necessarily have to come from the individual farmer. It should be done by, or initiated, acting as a catalyst by organizations like the NFU, the CLA, the RSPB, the National Trust, AONBs, national parks. They could all act as a catalyst to set up some sort of supply chain initiative. And it is only by doing that will we get farmers to a point where they have control over their prices. They are price makers, not price takers. But what we mustn't do, in my view, is set up cooperatives that are based on the least common denominator. We need to be really careful that we set up producer groups that are not elitist, of course not, but they come together with an agreed set of production and marketing protocols. We don't want to go to the least common denominator. Holly Tomlinson here in Wales, the Welsh Government has proposed payments for environmental goods involving advisors to examine each farm and create sustainable farming plans. How can the MSO play a role in these plans, and what is the potential for getting the MSO wrong for a given farm? Let me start with that one. Providing you do the right calculations and then the right allocations, there is no chance of getting the MSO wrong. You don't actually need to do an MSO calculation, although it gives you a really, really good guide. Farmers are viscerally able to understand what is best for their farm. The problem we've had is that they've been driven down a route that says, as Tim was saying earlier, that production trumps everything, and that isn't the case. How can we play a role with these plans? I know we need a bottom-up approach, but we're not going to get a bottom-up approach to the success of sustainable farming, regenerative farming, without a top-down approach as well. So anything the Welsh Government can do to promote this regenerative MSO sustainable farming approach is critical. The MSO provides a measure against which you can say, this is right or this is wrong. Okay. Chris,
so sorry to bother you. We've just got a problem. Some people can't see the questions, so I might just have to read them out if that would be all right, if that's
sure.
Okay, and then we'll take them from there.
Sure.
So that might just be easier so that we can include them coming through. So it's not happening otherwise. So sorry, had you just done the costs for PVC and CBC, such as lime? Is that the next one?
That's what I was just going to go next.
That's what's coming, don't blubby. So we have a question going back to Dieter's comments earlier on. What results for the 8 years of Natural Capital Committee have been translated into current future policy and legislation? I don't know, Tim, if you want to come back on that one at all?
Yeah, so I think that there is a significant change in the way that many parts of government think about the environment. That is not to say that there has been a huge amount of specific policy that is related to that framing. I do think that if you pressed DEFRA, they would say a lot of the environment bill as thinking has been influenced it, and some of the thinking about the development of elms and so on. But obviously, for those of us who worry about these sorts of things, as with climate change mitigation, biodiversity protection, etc., it's a very long and very slow journey, and the wheels of government move very, very slowly. But I wouldn't underestimate the fact that natural capital thinking is quite well embedded, even if we're still at the stage where we're saying natural capital, oh, we can just spend it still in most of our industrial sectors across the country. At least there is recognition for its importance, and the task force for nature-related financial disclosures and the task force for climate-related financial risks have both kind of lent on natural capital thinking in terms of making sure that the transparency in the system is increasing. So not a lot, but it's important, the small mileage that it's given us.
Lovely, thank you very much indeed. Chris, going back to you, we've got a question here. Does your work hold true for dairy farmers, and what advice would you give to them, in particular to transition out of the intensive farming? I know you've got a couple of good examples that you've worked with over the years.
It does absolutely relate to dairy farming. In fact, this MSO relates to any type of land management, forestry, game shooting, arable, mixed farming, etc., because of the managed landscape and the free issue concepts. So for the dairy farms, it would take 4 or 5 years to move to MSO, but there is, on every farm that we've looked at, a correlation between the longevity of the cow and MSO. If you can get a cow to move from 3.6 or 4 lactations to 6 or 7 lactations, the increase in productivity is huge because of the removal of CVCs, the length of the number of lactations, and it works unbelievably well. But really tricky because many of the milk companies want to mitigate their costs by picking up as much milk as they can from the dairy farm. And of course, the sustainable farming, because it's on non-linear variable costs, doesn't easily match with a big milk company that's on linear variable costs. So, but there are ways to go forward significantly with MSO on dairy farms.
Lovely, thank you very much. What sort of time frame do you think MSO is achievable? And how crucial is it to have advice that focuses on the concept to be rolled out through agricultural transition? And that's coming in from Phil.
It's achievable over probably no less than 3 years, but 4 or 5 years. 3, 4 or 5 years is where we're expecting. Couple of points. I've had one farmer say to me, "You've only given me one bit of bad advice, and that was you told me to do it over 4 or 5 years, and I should have done it over 2 or 3." So there's that. But it's very difficult. The advice on MSO, I don't think, it's partly about business, but is actually having a metaphorical arm round your shoulder to give you confidence that what you're doing is the right thing, because it is quite a move from driving production at all costs, at any cost, to moving to MSO. And actually, this is quite scary. And actually, when we go onto farms, a lot of the changes are being driven by women on the farm, interestingly.
Okay, thank you. And also, just from another MSO point of view, does it change depending on how heavily a farm has relied on CVCs in its previous systems?
If your CVCs have been significant, your MSO will be lower. But what we're finding is that as those CVCs are reduced, then the MSO, by default, over a period of time, is moving to the right. As your soil fertility increases, as you get better at managing your farm in a different way, the MSO is moving to the right. And the MSO that is calculated in year 1 will not reflect the MSO that is calculated in year 4, because the number of stock will be significantly greater because the fertility of that farm is greater, or not just stock, but yield.
Thank you. We have a couple of comments, something about perhaps we need to get vets on board far more to sort of be thinking holistically about what they could do for a different thing from the inputs that are going on there. There's a couple of general questions which we will answer in the chat to you as well. Somebody saying, can they get involved in the app and the trial and the training at all, Chris?
Ask me that question in 6 months' time.
Lovely, okie doke, we'll do that. So we've got grain goes through a co-op storage. This adds value. How do you rate this?
Grain going through a co-op?
Yes, so there's sort of got added value going through that cooperative approach for marketing.
Well, a lot depends. It depends what you mean by added value, but it depends how much of that added value sticks to the farm accounts, to the farm bank balance. So if it is true added value in that grain is being converted into bread or cakes or something like that, then and the added value is sticking with the farmer, the sum of it is sticking with the farmer, then that is helpful. But you know, we know that grain, the value to the grain on the farm when it actually is bought by the consumer is 5, 6 or 7 times greater than the farmer has received. And we need to cut some of those links of that supply chain out and make more stick to the original producer.
Thank you. Tim, we've got a question here from Laura saying, how can we combat the big pharma lobbying money which pushes farmers to take up more and add more inputs within their farming systems?
Yeah, that's a good question, because the whole weight of the industrial farming lobby is to kind of drive in this direction. So I think, just in terms of my experiences of talking to people, some of which are on this call, it does come down to what your personal desires are as a farmer and what market you want to sell into. It is possible to make a good livelihood by going down the route of, broadly speaking, embracing sustainable farming, agroecological farming, MSO type farming, and finding a route to market that as a premium product. So getting a double whammy, both you're more profitable at MSO, but also you make more money because you can associate the fact that you're at MSO with some sort of label or way of marketing that. And ultimately, I think the flip, if it does come, will come because people want to have better food, and people recognize that to have better food, they have to be willing to pay more. And although that seems a long way away at times, the growth in discussions about sustainable food, food system transformation, preventative healthcare, eating better diets, etc. 10 years ago, I was very much a lone voice shouting into the wilderness, and now all of the time, I'm part of these sorts of discussions about how can we make the system better for people. So once people start to say, we don't want to eat ultra-processed food in plastic packages from supermarkets that's as cheap as chips and makes us ill, I think it becomes a lot easier to imagine farmers wholesale switching out of the kind of current trap. You know, in development terms, this is almost a poverty trap in terms of driving farmers to produce maximum volumes in a way that is harmful for their ultimate profits, but also in terms of degrading the environment and their assets to hand on to future generations. Over.
Thank you very much. One back for you, Chris, here. Richard would like to know, you've shown us the CVC, PVC and MSO graphs within your presentation. How do organic and regenerative systems compare? If you drive down the CVCs, do you inevitably end up as organic?
A really good question. I think that the aims and objective of the Soil Association and the other organic groups are going to have to change. And their objective should be that we don't need to have an organic label because everybody is at MSO. Now, that is, I accept that is a long way off. But if your farm is at its most profitable at MSO, and I just caveat that by saying, I don't think we'll ever get rid of all fertilizers, all sprays, or all vet and meds. I think there will be. That's why there is that zone that I showed you. But the aim is to get down to that point. And if we are at that point, we will be essentially near enough. I mean, I may get all sorts of brickbats from the Soil Association on this. You will be, to all intents and purposes, organic.
That's lovely, thank you. Tim, another one for you. We've only got a couple of minutes left, so I'll just squeeze this question in here. How important are changes in measuring economic success in helping the transition?
Another really interesting question, and another thing that is increasingly on the agenda. So if you think about our economy being measured in terms of GDP, we want positive economic growth according to the government year on year. So 5% GDP growth. 5% GDP growth is a compounding rate. So that implies exponential growth of our industry. of our economy. Exponential growth, because of the linkage between consumption and productivity, exponential growth in GDP implies exponential consumption growth. And ultimately, you cannot have exponential consumption growth on a finite resource base without it breaking. So in the long run, we have to get off the GDP bandwagon and onto measuring our economic success in the sense of well-being rather than financial prosperity and capital growth. And again, there are lots of discussions going on, including in Treasury, about how to have more inclusive measures of economic growth. So again, I think it will happen in the next decades, but for now it is just firmly entrenched that consumption growth is a good thing. But if you think about it from even just a simple dietary perspective, you cannot have a year-on-year increase in the amount of food that you're expected to eat without something bad happening to your health.
Thank you. Chris, last question to you. I know we've got many more questions coming in. If we haven't been able to put your questions direct to Tim and Chris during this session, we will be picking up on some of them later on this afternoon and collating them so that we can try and get those answers back to you or get back to you directly. Just the last question then coming in from Peter. If every farm in the UK took up the MSO approach, what impact would it have on food security? Would it mean more food imports? And is it worth remembering we are far from self-sufficient in food at present? And you've got about 2 minutes.
Okay, well, do you know what? I'm going to dodge that and give it to Tim.
All right, thanks, go to Tim. That's absolutely fine.
Okay, so what is food security? Is food security what people are used to eating in the amounts that they're used to eating, allowing them to throw food away and overeat the wrong sorts of things? Or is food security about eating the right sorts of things produced in the right sorts of ways, creating not an issue for the health system? If you think about food security in the latter way, instead of the market-led framing, we are perfectly capable of producing enough food in the country for people to have a healthy diet. We don't have to offshore. If instead you think about food security as meeting demand, and demand is manufactured often by the industry itself, if you think about food security in terms of meeting demand, then it will imply that we offshore, which is why I think dietary change and helping citizens eat the right sort of thing is the third piece of this jigsaw, along with farming in a sustainable way and farming in a resilient way.
Thank you very much indeed. I think we absolutely agree that we've had a very jam-packed session this morning, and what we'd like to do is let everybody go and have a break for 5 minutes and get a cup of tea or coffee, and then we'll be coming back after the break to talk to some farmers that have actually taken this through themselves, worked with MSO or nature coming into their businesses more, so we can see that we can find out what they've happened and what's happened in practice with them. So we'll just put everybody on a break, and we will be back again at 11:30. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tim and Chris.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. It's 11:30. We're now going to start with the next session. So this is Practical Solutions for Practical People. Chairing this session is going to be Martin Lyons, and we're going to be bringing in the various speakers of members of the NFFN that have been involved with bringing MSO within their businesses. Martin, I'd like to hand over to you first, please.
Thank you very much. I just want to check, is Jimmy on the panel list? I can't see him.
I'm not certain if it's there, so don't worry, Chris is going to cover if not.
Right, that's fine. I'll just make sure we've got the right people available in the right screens. So,
just checking through. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I hope you enjoyed that previous session and had a good break. So Chris, in a past session, brought along the concept of MSO, and also we heard from Professor Tim Benton. So this session will be practical solutions for practical people. We're going to have a number of farmers given 5 or 6 minutes of what they're doing, what they've done and what they've implemented on their farms to incorporate nature and MSO. And then we'll open it up to questions. And if you could put your questions in the Q&A box, I'll be able to see these and offer these to the panel. So first, we'll start with Gethin. Would you like to put your camera on? And would you like to give us a few 5 or 6 minutes of what you're doing on your farm, please?
Yeah, thanks, Martin. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. Tell you my story. Hardest bit is got to try to condense 70 years of history into 5 minutes. But basically, yeah, we farm on the North Wales coast. Yeah, beef and sheep farm, about 150 acres. Then I'd say our journey to change started about 13 years ago, 2007-8. Prior to that, we'd been farming quite intensively, quite conventionally for 40 years, really, since the 70s, early 70s. We're all grass, chasing yields, chasing stocking rates, trying to max out our stocking rates to production, chasing headage payments. But yeah, it wasn't paying, basically. Weren't making any money, so and didn't feel right. So I decided to change the system. And yeah, 2008, I had the opportunity to join the Tir Gofal agri-environment scheme. And basically, we're going to be paid to change the system and be more self-sufficient and lower cost, basically. So at the time, it was a no-brainer. So in effect, we were going back to how Grandad used to farm up until the late 60s, really. Going back to a more self-sufficient, diverse system. So we haven't grown cereals since the early 70s. So yeah, we started growing spring oats and spring barley again for the first time in 40 years. And then yeah, we as part of the scheme at the time, it was yeah, it wasn't to be sprayed or fertilized, and we left the stubble over the winter. So I'd say to kind of summarize that by now there's probably 3 main changes that we've made on the farm, 3 main differences, 3 things that we're doing differently to most of our neighbours. So first of all, I'd say that yeah, the main change, first main change is clover, and in particular red clover. In my opinion, red clover, it's a fantastic plant. If Carlsberg did plant breeding, they'd be doing red clover. And it's, yeah, for some reason, it's so underrated in my opinion, and it baffles me why more of it isn't grown, in arable and livestock systems. So as I said, yeah, clover is the driving force of production on our farm. So I can think of really 4 real benefits of clover, red clover especially. So it's kind of a win-win-win-win situation. So yeah, first of all, it's the benefit it brings to the soil and the soil structure. So compared to a ryegrass ley, yeah, it's got deep tap roots, which really benefits soil structure. And because of the deep tap roots and the root system, it's basically drought free. So, you know, it doesn't matter if you have a hot, dry summer, wet summer, it doesn't matter. It just kind of grows regardless, and isn't affected by drought. Secondly, it's the kind of the fertilizing effect of the clover. So because of the bacteria that live on the root nodules of the clover symbiotically, in theory, you know, a field of red clover, you know, the bacteria will be putting 200 kilos of nitrogen into the soil every year. And, you know, with fertilizer at £600 a ton now for nitrogen fertilizer, I mean, the financial value of that is it's unreal. You know, even when you know, in normal years in the past, when fertilizer's been kind of less than half what it is now, it's you know, massive financial benefit. So the third benefit, I'd say, is the biodiversity element that it brings. I mean, a field of red clover in full flower, it's a sight to behold. You know, it's just humming with bumblebees and butterflies. So, you know, that sort of pollen and nectar that it produces for insects, it's phenomenal.
1 minute.
And then lastly, okay, yeah, and the feed value, it's you can't get a better feed for ruminants, basically better than any concentrate. So yeah, then again, second change it made in the farm is cereals. So we didn't grow cereals before, and then I think the self-sufficiency it's created by, you know, we've not having to buy in feed or straw, well, a lot less than before. Have a cash crop to sell, and yeah, the fact that we have winter stubble, it's basically recreating a big bird table, and yeah, it's kind of one of my proudest things is to be creating a home for you know, a lot of North Wales' skylarks over winter. Yeah, and the third thing I'll quickly run through is yeah, the hedges. We've probably replanted close to 2 miles of hedges over the years. You know, this part of the world especially, you know, sheep and years of flail topping have really degraded hedges, and yeah, trying to do my bit to kind of restore those. Yeah, so that's a quick run through of my farm.
Brilliant, thank you. I'm sure there's loads of questions shortly. So I'm going to ask Chris to cover Jimmy's farm then, please.
Can you see me now? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So spot of bother, I mean, you've put me here, Martin. I know nothing, except that we've done some MSO with Croglin Hall, where Jimmy and Tom are, and apologies to them if I get some of the details wrong. So they have a farm which is 800 hectares or thereabouts, and it has mainly, let me get my notes up here, so about 800, let me get this right, so Wagyu, they had some Wagyu crosses and Swaledale mules, 180 cattle, 750 to 800 sheep, and there had been 3 time sections in their business development. The first was, let's drive production. Let's really move and drive intensity. And what they found was that they began to lose money. This is a farm business that has 2 families on it and have to take 2 family incomes. And so they then, I think it was Jimmy then went off to New Zealand to have a look at what they were doing, and they've come back. He's come back and begun to change their farming method and begun to reduce their output, and that improved things, but it still wasn't enough. And so we've been working with them for probably 2 years now, and they're moving down the MSO route. And things are changing, and they're changing really significantly. So they're getting rid of the Wagyu, they're reintroducing a natural breed of cattle, and they're finding that the amount of concentrates that they feed to those cattle is not as much as they expected. I don't suppose they can answer whether they would be feeding more if they were continental type, Charolais or Simmentals, but certainly they're finding that their CVCs are going down. Now, really hard to say at this moment where they're going to end up, and you'd need Tom or Jimmy here to get into the real detail of that. But I think I can categorically say that their move from intensitivity to less input to even less input based around MSO is really beginning to bear fruit. And I'll leave it at that, Martin.
Thank you, Chris, and sorry for putting you a bit on the spot there. My briefing notes that you were going to deal with that one. Next, I'm going to move on to Patrick, and he can introduce himself and his farming system and what he's doing to travel along the MSO road. So, Patrick.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Thank you, Martin. My name is Patrick Barker, and I'm a partner in a farming partnership called EJ Barker and Sons, and we farm in Westhorpe in north central Suffolk. So we're in the cereal growing claylands of Suffolk, and if you can't grow good cereal crops here, then you probably really shouldn't be farming. So we're farming just over 500 hectares of our own land, and we're doing more than double that in contracting as well, which is something that has actually developed as a result of our changing the way our farm business is structured and changing the way that we're farming, because we actually found by reducing all our cultivations and reducing our tillage, we've got an awful lot more time to go out doing contracted work. So there's a pattern which I'll hopefully kind of demonstrate to you as I rattle through all this. So environmental management and farm wildlife has always been really kind of key and integral to everything that we're trying to do. We did 10 years of a high-level stewardship scheme, and we're now we're just about to start our 5th year of a countryside stewardship higher tier scheme. So the countryside stewardship scheme and the environmental stewardship schemes have played a kind of a really big part in everything that we've been doing as this business has changed over the last 15 years. And the main reason for that is that we're actually all that land that our fathers were flogging, we were able to take out of production, and we have kind of redefined what we would regard as marginal land. So we're just farming the land that we know that will give us the greatest return. And I was going to say the word yield. Yield is one of the words I'm trying not to use at any point, probably ever again. Yield is something that we're trying not to focus on. Actually, what we're doing now is we're trying to look at our margins over our yield, and profit over production. And they're the kind of the two key things that we're looking at the way we're farming. We've reduced our tillage massively over the last 5 or 6 years. We're not pigeonholed in any one tillage system, but I'd say that we just use a variety of appropriate tillages. So the least amount of soil getting turned, the better. We're trying to direct drill as much as we possibly can. We're trying to grow as much organic matter as we can. We don't actually have any muck or compost, but all our organic matter, we're growing that under the soil with cover crops. We are one of the HDB strategic farm for the East for cereals and oilseeds. And some of the studies that we've got going on with the HDB on this farm at the moment involve marginal land, natural predators and beneficial insects. So looking at the benefits of wildflower margins around fields, and how do we reduce our spray bills and the amount of spray chemicals that are used for that. And also we are looking at reduced inputs into our farming system and water sampling, looking at how we can reduce nitrogen leaching out of the soil into groundwater. So the HDB work is something that's all published and is all there, and it's given us a really good basis to work to. The environmental stewardship schemes, we can see with our own eyes exactly what we're doing, what benefits we're creating, and data recording is something that I've always worked really, really hard at. So when we first went into our HLS scheme, we kind of said we're taking this money, we want to be able to demonstrate that it's working. So we think we actually pioneered public money for public goods, and that concept. We've been data recording all that time. So every year we've got butterfly counts, bird counts, dragonfly counts, ringing birds on the farm. every year as much as I can. We're nest recording, so we've got the data to back up everything that we're doing. And we're trying to create a farm that is a whole farm ecosystem. So we're trying to make sure that the areas that we farm as hard as we can, and sometimes fairly intensively, we're trying to make them benefit our farmland wildlife as well. So that is with cover crops, it's reduced inputs, it's a wide rotation. We're growing herbage grass seed in our rotation, and we're also looking at flowering spring crops. So we're trying to bring as much variety into our cropping as we possibly can as well. When I talk about yield, actually it's yield of wildlife that I really want, and it's making sure that our farmland habitats are producing as much as we possibly can. So we have over 30 ponds, we've got over 48 kilometres of hedgerow, we've got woodland areas of scrub, wildflower meadows, and that's where I want yield. I want yield of insects, I want yields of nesting birds, and I want to make sure that every single farmland habitat is producing as much as we possibly can. And that complements our farming system as well. So where we've been looking at MSO with Chris, it's kind of been a bit of a light bulb moment for me, because everything is aligned together. So where we've looked at where MSO was, we also looked at, overlaid it with our farm business accounts, and we also looked at our carbon audit, and all the results are fairly similar in that the pesticides and the nitrogen fertilizer are the key kind of factor in where we are with our MSO. Also, they're the most expensive things on our in our farm accounts, and the most we spend the most money on. Also, it's kind of where our carbon audit falls down as well, or where we've got a must do better with our farm carbon audit. So for us, it's actually been really interesting overlaying MSO with our carbon audit and with our farm business accounts, and it's given us a really focused direction of travel to make sure that we are sustainable, we're heading in the right direction. And I think we all know what the direction of travel is. These are all tools that we're using to try and get there.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. It's really good, and really interesting to hear of yield of wildlife as well as crops and the balance we can deliver. Next, I'd like to move on to James, and if you'd like to give us 5 or 6 minutes of what have you been doing and what's your kind of journey.
Hello, folks. Can you hear me? Yeah. Our journey seems much similar to everyone else's there. I farm here in County Antrim with my older brother David. We have 200 hectares, and much the same. We've been plodding along for years, keeping the same amount of stock. We stuck our cows and 450 ewes. But then we had a visit from Chris. They came over and they showed us the MSO and where we should be and what we should be trying to achieve. So we've tried to put some of them into implementation. We've started now, we're selling our suckler calves at an earlier stage, which is cutting down the amount of concentrate we need during the winter. We're selling more of them before they're housed for the winter. We've also cut down the amount of ewes that we're grazing, which frees up more grass in the summertime for silage and whatnot. And yeah, we're just trying to work. We joined the EFS scheme. We're in our 4th year now. Very good scheme, a bit of paperwork, but it's a good pay at the end, and it definitely is. You see the difference it's making to the hills. We have 100 hectare hill up on Douglas, and we've done a number of scrapes and then the rush cutting, and you would notice the more wildlife. We've cut down the number of ewes, so it's not as heavily grazed. You notice the wildlife. That's the first year I've seen a partridge actually on our hill. Never seen that before. So yeah, we're working closely with our SPB then too. They show us kind of where they want the scrapes, how they should be, how to implement them. And one of the main things we're going to have to look at this year or next year will be the artificial fertilizer. It's a big thing for us. We haven't got a lot of cotton ground, silage ground, so we do sow a lot of artificial fertilizer. So we're going to try and look at that, see if we can cut that down any. And also pesticides, we need to cut down that as well. But the main thing I think is the less concentrates has definitely helped our MSO. It's showing us better return, less concentrates, and keeping less stock during the winter time. We're doing a new shed for the sheep at the minute, so we're looking into maybe solar panels for the roof to try and cut out this high electricity bill. It's skyrocketing, so that's another thing we're looking into. But no, we're trying to do what Chris advised us to do. He knows what he's talking about, and it seems to be working. That's it.
Great, thank you very much. And you're really interested in sort of how it's going on that MSO journey, how it's improving your business and outputs. So the last farm we're going to ask to join is David, and he's also been going on the MSO and been working with Chris, and it'd be great to hear some more from you, David.
Thanks, Martin, and good morning, everyone. We're on the northeast Essex coast, where it's pretty dry. Average rainfall is about 600 mil a year. We're farming a mixture of soils from some, we've got a small bit of lighter soil that we do grow some root crops on, but we're predominantly heavy clay, very similar to Patrick. And we've even got some marine clay, which is below sea level. We're farming about 600-700 hectares. And it was about 5 years ago that we started to see cracks in our system that was based on a winter cropping rotation of wheat, beans and rape. Very, traditional system around here for sort of 20-30 years. And we were starting to see this sort of perfect storm of things coming together. Our soil health was deteriorating, our fixed costs were going up, our variable costs were going up because there was so much pressure on the system from weeds, in particular blackgrass. We were, as I say, using far too many products. It was putting pressure on the system financially, and actually it really wasn't that much fun at all. And we started to look around at different options as to what we could do. And in 2015, we actually started to go down the regenerative farming route. We diversified our rotations, so we're now third spring cropping. We started using cover crops wherever we could, so in between crops during the summer and over the winter, as well in front of spring crops. And we bought a drill, which you can see behind me, which doesn't disturb the soil when you're drilling. It puts the seed straight in. And so we use that, whenever we can to sow our crops. Sometimes we do have to use a little bit of cultivation, but we keep that to an absolute minimum. And the last 6 years of this system, we've seen some pretty rapid and some pretty amazing changes in the way that our soils respond to what we're asking of them. We've seen some improvements in biodiversity, in particular birds, a lot more birds and insects on the farm, and our soils are a lot more resilient, and it's more fun. We're getting a lot more enjoyment out of the way we're farming, and I think you can tell from the other speakers as well that this sort of method of farming, aiming for MSO, it brings it brings some colour to farming, which can be a pretty challenging place sometimes. So all along this journey, I've been trying to monitor and benchmark how I'm farming, and I've been involved with the AHDB, been doing benchmarking with them. And when Chris first explained about MSO, and it kind of, you have this, like Patrick, a bit of a light bulb moment, it kind of brings everything together. And certainly for me, that was the case. And it was a way of putting a mark in the sand, seeing where we are, and monitoring progress as we go on. And for me, it kind of highlighted how important diversity is to the way that I'm farming, and it highlighted the importance of involving nature in the way that I farm and in my decision making, and the actual, to get down to the nitty gritty of the what MSO actually showed us. We are beyond MSO. We do still use corrective variable costs. We still use fertilizer. We still use pesticides. we're using half the fertilizer we used to, and we're using about half or less than half of the pesticides that we used to. We've still got some black grass in our system, so glyphosate still features to control that, but we're using a lot less of it. And in terms of fertilizer, we are looking into different ways of feeding the plants. We're doing sap tests and tissue tests to try and feed the plants what they need, rather than just lumping on some fertilizer. And so as time goes on, you know, we are aspiring towards MSO. Whether we ever get there, you know, I don't know. I think that I would always like access to some form of corrective variable costs, because you never know what the year or the weather is gonna throw at you. We're trying to produce high protein wheats, which throws up an interesting question regarding end user requirements, because the end user, the millers, want really high protein, and actually to achieve that does require nitrogen fertilizer. It's quite, you know, the broad, you know, the mainstream millers require that. So, you know, there's issues that involve the whole food chain, which you know need to be looked at. But you know, farmers are very adaptive, and I'm really optimistic that the challenges that we're facing and the changes which are happening at the moment are going to bring us to a better place. And you know, MSO is helping me with my decision making, and you know, it might even, I mean, this is a huge shock to the whole family, but it might even see the return of cattle onto the farm, as Chris has run a model showing that suckler cows involved in our system would actually improve our MSO. So, you know, it's being open to those changes and actually having them explained in a way which affects your, you know, gives you the confidence to say this is going to make me more money and make me more resilient is great. So I look forward to all your questions.
Thank you very much. And some really outstanding bits coming out there. Fun and enjoyment and sort of energy and positivity by looking at and benchmarking yourselves and looking for the MSO. Everybody is referenced in that. And certainly the references of lines in sand, understanding where they are with the business and understanding how you can drive that efficiency and profitability going forward. So that's really good. So I'm going to go on to questions. If anyone's got any other questions, please add them into the Q&A box. I'll just get through as many as we can. And I've asked the panel to keep, where possible, nice short answers. If you need to go into some detail, that's fine. So the first one was on here is for Gethin. Where do your finished stock go?
Finished stock?
Yeah.
Yeah, to be honest with you, we're selling them at the market. We're not. I haven't really, gone down the kind of added value route. So yeah, a combination of time, because I do work full time off farm as well. So I've got to try and make life as simple for myself as well. So yeah, market.
Lovely. That's great. This one may be for Chris. Many upland farmers may well be at MSO, but struggling to make it pay. What more can and should they be doing, and who can support them? So Chris, I think you've been engaging with many hill farms and upland farms.
Well, so far we have come across no upland farm that is at MSO. We've got farms heading towards it. What was the second part of the question, Martin? And should they be doing more, and who can support them? Depends what you mean by support. For me, every farm is a business in its own right, and it brings with it the responsibilities that come with running a business. And the best thing that a farm business can do is understand the hierarchies of decision-making that every business has to go through. And the first one is to make sure that your output before support covers your variable costs, particularly covers your productive variable costs. And there are 15% of the farms that we've looked at do not cover their variable costs. the longer they carry on trading, the more money they are losing every single day. And so that is the best thing. And then the next thing to do is to cover your fixed costs. And of the 80 plus farms that we've done, if your fixed costs are greater than 40% of your output before support, then that business is always going to struggle to make money, always before support. And yet, and our objective as farmers to be as business-like as we possibly can be. And when you are at MSO, you're being as business-like as you possibly can be. And to be concentrate, as Patrick said, on margins, not on yield.
Brilliant, thank you. So whizzing through some of these, I'll try and open them out to others. So the question was aimed at Patrick, but how does your efforts for improving yield of insects and beneficials and farming fit into the broader landscape, i.e. your neighbours? So if you want to start, if anyone else wants to add in how their farming system fits within the farmed landscape they're operating in, that'd be great.
Yeah, I don't think we're any different to anyone else farming up and down the country, and that we all fit into a mosaic of different farm types. We are surrounded by people who will carry on as they are and have been doing for the last decades, and also we've got people on our borders and our boundaries who are working with us and of the same mindset and trying to do the same things. So we're kind of, and I don't think we're any exception in that. At the moment we're looking up setting up a farm cluster because I think landscape scale collaborative projects, and actually it's going to be more than just habitat management, wildlife management, landscape scale wildlife management. It's actually going to be a kind of almost a think tank and a social group for farmers to actually look at how do we embrace the future and how do we look at what's coming, because I think for a lot of people the future is quite daunting. So we're doing our bit to show that, not tell people what to do, but show people that what we do, we think it works, and that we think we've got a model that is sustainable moving forward for an arable farm. So I think part of the key to this is being as open as possible and kind of showing that we're all in this together. We're not in direct competition with our neighbours, but actually if we're all doing the right thing, we all see better results and better farms and better wildlife results as a result, really.
There's an additional bit here, a following question down. What has your response been to your neighbouring farms to the changes you've made? Are they inspired by your improved profits, or wary and dismissive? So Gethin, do you want to add into that? Because I think and I understand your approach to and your neighbours may be a different thinking.
Yeah, thinking about my neighbours, I wouldn't say I've had a huge, despite my love of red clover and how much I preach about it, there still isn't that much red clover to be seen around. But it's everybody's kind of tolerance of political and financial pressure is different, and I'm sure over the next year or two, especially now in the immediate future with fertilizer prices, people are going to be thinking, hang on, oh my god, I can't buy any fertilizer, what can I do instead? So doing things differently is going to be kind of the only viable option to undertake. And I think it's kind of with things like reintroducing cereals into an all grass system. I think it's like with like I mentioned, it's just how much people can pressure people can tolerate before it tips them over the balance to change. And everybody's different, every business is different.
Yeah, and for many, there's so much to learn, and we can learn that from each other and from others. There's another question about picking up on the fertilizer, and I think it's aimed at James. How much higher will the price of bagged N have to increase before it becomes unaffordable for livestock farmers? And evidence around the carbon footprint of it. So James, how do you see moving away from artificial fertilizer and making your system work better without it?
The main way to move away would be, for us, would be to need less winter feed. And to do that, we would have to cut the numbers over stock. Really, weather conditions is a big lot to play with it too. Our stock could be on 7 months a year here. You take them off, they're not on this year right enough, but that's been a great summer. But no, to cut our fertilizer, we only do one cut of silage. And it gets slurry once a year. We only do one cut. So we're not really a big user of fertilizer, but it is a main cost. It is getting to be out of pricing. You know, it's a fair talk of £600, and now if it goes any higher and doesn't come down, we will have to look at maybe cutting more stock or selling more young suckers before they go in and stock calf seals or something.
Thank you, Chris.
Martin, I'd just like to add one other thing about fertilizer and CBCs. The manufacturing costs of fertilizer, sprays, the energy that goes into manufacturing fertilizer and sprays and other CVCs can never be recouped at the other end. So the energy that goes into making fertilizer will never come out the other end in anywhere near the same amount of energy in kilojoules or kilocalories. So the fact that although cost of fertilizer is really important, but there's also an energy equation that needs to be brought into this. And I'll repeat for the third time, you can't get the same amount of energy out that you put in. And that, if you get that equation right, then by default, your carbon comes right, your biodiversity comes right, and your habitat comes right.
Yeah, I think in the long term, we may be looking at an energy in, energy out kind of systems, because that's what's driving many of the negative effects to our climate and everything else. Is how do we balance those? There was a number of different questions around carbon audits and that. There are so many different tools, 65, 70 different tools across the UK now. I think the important thing is to do a carbon audit with a tool and understand your journey and how that's sort of interlays. I shan't expand on that more, but it's really keen to understand your carbon footprint, because as it's already been explained, that's sometimes lays alongside your MSO footprint and join the two together. So there's a question here: how important is it to ensure advice around achieving MSO and improving wildlife are combined? Should MSO be incorporated into ELMS, but I'll say all future government supported schemes? Patrick, you covered quite a bit on your stewardship. Do you want to start on that one?
I think there's a sliding scale of yes, it can all be covered and advised, or actually people can just be left to common sense, because I think deep down we all know what the contributing factors are to wildlife declines, to the costs in our business, and generally, you can be as vague or as detailed as you want to be. Someone like Chris will provide information to the nth detail, but at the same time, we know that if we apply less fertilizer, if we can find that balance, if we're spraying less, if we're managing our habitats better, everything kind of fits together. So I think it's up to people to work out how to run their businesses the way they want them to be, and go out and find the advice that really backs up what they want to achieve.
Yeah, lovely. And James, following on to the question is, how much has the agri-environmental scheme supported your change in farming systems? And do you see payment for public goods or environmental services as a positive way forward?
Yeah, the environmental farming scheme has been really good. Now we're in our 4th year. It only lasts for 5 years, so I'm not sure what happens, whether there's going to be another scheme to go into or what's going to happen after that. It has been very good for us, and it has helped us to implement some of the changes because of the grazing restrictions on the hills and things. We've had to cut down the stock. So, and then we have seen the benefits both ways, from the EFS money and from the keeping the less stock and the more profitability at the end. So yeah.
Yeah, I think it's sometimes the payments helps you move in the direction and sort of supports that transition, but we should always just focus on those payments. There's a question in here of, are there any issues of reducing livestock numbers and the breeding flocks not being viable and the breeding flocks not being viable, for example, especially in the uplands and hefted ewes. Gethin, did you want to touch on that one?
Yeah, I mean, here we're not a true, we're far from being a true hill farm, but yeah, I can see, that there is the issue of the hefted flocks that that knowledge, the inherent knowledge, that it gets passed down the generations, and if you break that link, if you lose, if a flock's taken off a hill altogether, then yeah, that knowledge within the flock has gone forever. Yeah, so I don't know really. Yeah, not being a true hill farmer, I can't really comment, but yeah, I'd say that if sheep especially are taken off the hills altogether, yeah, then it's kind of a not going back. You can't, a situation where there's no going back really. And you lose the potential by benefits of biodiversity that the at least a reduced number of sheep could potentially bring, in certain situations.
Yeah. So I think it's finding that fair balance. So we've got a question. One perceived problem with removing inputs low and stocking rates for many farmers will be their expectations that the land will lose value or heart in terms of productivity. Is there much data and how different types of farms land recovers in terms of ecology, economic, once inputs are removed? I'll come on to David, because you referenced that of removing inputs and the previous model of chasing output, and just a reflection of what happens when you do change over and reduce those inputs.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen we've been doing sort of soil organic matter tests, and every sort of 2 or 3 years, and we are seeing improvements in soil organic matter. As I said, we're seeing more biodiversity and life on the surface, and when you dig it up, dig the soil up, and you're seeing everything inside the soil, that's definitely improved as well, and the soil structure. So I think measurable benefits are there, and I'll say again, it is amazing how quickly nature can respond given the right environment to do it, how quickly things can improve. So yeah, the knowledge and the tools are there. It's just having the right farming system to allow it to happen.
Brilliant. And James, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, kind of like David there. As last few years, we have been, instead of ploughing the ground to reseed, we have been direct drilling, which seems to helps your carbon footprint. It keeps the soil, all the goodness, still at the top of your ground, and your fresh grass, it's growing you more grass. So, that's a direct drilling is definitely a good way to go.
No, thank you. And on that drilling, there was a question earlier about clover establishments. Gethin, do you want to just explain how you make that work?
Yeah, so I've got a quarter of the farm on well, it's the only quarter that I can do any cultivation on. Basically, the rest of it's too rocky and steep. So yeah, I sow the clover lay after the oats. So in the first year of the rotation is the spring oats, and then the following spring, yeah, the clover lay goes in. To be honest with you, I'm trying to wean myself off using the plough. I'd like to go plough free, but at the minute I'm still doing a bit of ploughing for the establishment. Yeah, so yeah, it's basically pretty simple, really. Sow the seed, let it establish, and then you've got a clover lay then for the last 3, 4, 5 years. Depending on what variety you're using. Yeah, and then management wise, we'll take 2 or 3 cuts of silage every year, and then some grazing, for grazing growing stock on at the in late summer and autumn.
No, that's good. And just picking up on the values of landscapes, there's bits coming in the chat. If you can keep your questions in the Q&A, I can keep an eye on them. So we heard at the beginning of today around valuing natural capital and our soil and our environment and biodiversity. And if we farming a way that enhances that surely must enhance the value of our natural capital through our businesses, whether that's a tenanted or an owned sector. So there really is that drive for improving things really can be reflected in the revenue streams your landscape can generate in the future. So as we go on to some other bits, I'd like to sort of go through the panel and just sort of say, if you come up, think about what are the 1 or 2 steps you would think to advise farmers to start this journey. Where would you start? Where do you look within your business to get those understanding and the gains you can make by traveling along the MSO journey? And on my screen, I've got David at the top, so we'll start with David, please.
So I think, unfortunately, it's starting with the numbers and understanding the business side. But boring down into the figures in your business, understanding what's making you money, what isn't making you money, where your costs are, and that's the great thing about MSO is because it divides the costs out into these corrective variable costs that you can really concentrate on what you need to make the changes, and you can keep coming back to it, and you can plug different figures in. That's what Chris has done with us. He's plugged in these cattle into the system to see what difference that makes, and you can sort of ground truth different ideas and how what effect it will have on your business. But it is really key to understand the financial to do a sound financial analysis on your business to see where it's going and what the changes that are coming are going to have what effect they're going to have.
Brilliant, lovely, thank you. And James, would you like to give us any reflections?
Yeah, well, much the same. Our journey started with Chris, and I think that's what we needed. You need somebody, an independent person to come in from the outside and to show you your MSOs and where you should be and what you should be doing. And then it's working with the correct people after that, like the RSPB, and getting your carbon audit done. That's another good thing to get done. No, our journey started with Chris there, and he came over and he showed us what we should be trying to achieve.
And it's how we can help the work Chris has done to expand it out, and because Chris can't get to everyone, and it's within the network of how do we get this explained, and that's part of today's conference to help all farmers go through that. So Gethin, you're next.
I think the advice I'd be giving would be, historically, margins in beef and sheep farming, they're pretty slim anyway at the best times. And what was kind of crippling us and eroding all the bottom line was, buying in feed, fertilizer and bedding. So those 3 things, if you can kind of at least reduce how much of those 3 you need to buy in, even if you're having to reduce stocking rates, then you're going to be achieving that MSO, that sweet spot. And then the whole issue of food security was mentioned earlier. That we've got to get away from that mindset, as an industry that, unless you're producing, to at max kind of, to the maximum that you can, rather than what's optimal, then I'm just looking at our system now. Historically we were just producing red meat, but now producing some cereals as well. So when I'm looking at how much actual food or human edible food that the system's producing, even though I'm using practically no inputs now, because of the fact that I've diversified what I'm producing, I could potentially sell the 30 tons of oats that I grew this year. I could sell it for porridge oats or whatever. So in actual fact, I'm producing more food from less input.
Lovely, thank you. And Patrick?
I think the steps in the journey for us started with actually looking at how much of this land is it actually worth farming? How much time are we wasting farming land that we won't get a return out of? And you can do that with yield maps, and you can do that with all sorts of other technical things. But actually, old wisdom is really quite important in this. And I sat down with both our dads and said, why doesn't this field grow anything? And one of them said, oh, well, that's because there was a pond there that got filled in the 60s. It was like, why are we trying to farm it? So then we looked at actually, how do we square up our fields? How do we take out the corners? How do we get rid of the triangles? Why are we trying to farm somewhere on the north side of a hedge where we know it's shaded all the time? So actually focusing on the land that will generate a return from a crop point of view was number one. And then actually, are there better uses for those bits of land? And we know that grass margins on that shaded north side are a far better option than us than trying to grow crops in there. We then actually looked at the wildlife we had, and the wildlife we had was a really good indication of what we didn't have, but also what we felt we could do more for. So for us, it was grey partridges and great crested newts. So we knew that all our ponds needed a lot of work because our population of great crested newts was just hanging on. And we knew that we had a few pairs of grey partridges. If we set about doubling, tripling, quadrupling our population of grey partridges, that meant that we were bringing in wildflowers, we were bringing in chick food, and that then kind of gave us the plan to work to in terms of how we then rebuild the farm so that actually everything is generating a yield, as I talked about earlier, whether it's biodiversity or whether it's cropping. So it's kind of looking at the farm as a whole and working out what do we need to do to get the most out of it, but remembering that it's not all about crops and it's not all about production. There's more to farming than crops, is what I keep saying.
Lovely. And Chris, do you want to just pick up anything what you did with Jimmy, or any other comments on that?
No, I can't gainsay anything that's been said already, but I will add that for me, I've been 30 years advising businesses, farming and otherwise. And if there's one thing that has to be done as the first thing, it is setting your own goals and your objectives. When you get out of bed in the morning and you put your feet on the ground, how do you know what you're going to do that day is of any worth if you don't know where you're going to? So set your goals, set your objectives, do your budgets, embrace the assets that your farm has, which will include wildlife, and go forward from there. But first, understand where you're heading for in 10 years' time.
Brilliant. And that's really is to sort of have a plan of where you want to go and understand your business. So probably this might be the last question, but it'd be good to go through is, I think it will start with James, just to give you the heads up. So can we have some more figures, especially from James, and we'll ask all of you. How many ewes or cows did you have before, and how many do you have now? Has the change improved profitability? Can you back that up with actual figures and margins? So that doesn't just reflect cows. I think it's all what we produce. So that, as arable farmers here, just reflect on the changes you've made and what difference has it done on your outcome, but more, what has it done for your financial return? So I'll start with James, as it was first asked to him.
Well, we haven't really reduced our cow numbers, but we've reduced our cattle numbers. We used to keep our bullock calves till they were like 600 kilos and then send them at the open market. Now we're going for more than 4 to 450 kilos, which is a shorter keep and a shorter, less cattle to keep during the winter. We've reduced our ewe numbers from 550 down to about 380, and along with the 380 ewes, we now keep around 80 of our own ewe lambs. We lamb them and then sell them through the open market with lambs at foot in the springtime, which is freeing up more grass again in summertime for the rest of the ewes. Now, as for figures and profitability, wouldn't be my strong point, but I know we are doing better than we were now, but you can see it on the bank balance.
That must be the best place to look at it. If the bank balance is improving and life's more comfortable, it's got to be a positive.
Yeah.
So, David, if you want to give us a quick summary.
Yeah, so I wrote some figures down from my various meetings with Chris, but I mean, if I could focus on the putting cattle into our arable rotation as a suckler herd, which will be just mob grazed on a sort of 2 or 3 year herbal lay within the rotation. This was on sort of 200. We did this on 200 hectares, and it improved the MSO by £40,000 a year. It slightly improved our return on total assets, but the main extra margin came from the big reduction in corrective variable costs. So the fact that we're going to be using a lot less fertilizers and a lot less pesticides. Fertilizers were they're the main driver towards our, why we how we get to MSO.
And removing those fossil fuel-based fertilizers and having a more natural process is also going to help on the journey of net zero for the industry. So I think a lot of this stuff is actually coming to, we end up in a good positive place for our businesses. Gethin, did you want to say a few words?
Yeah, I mean, I can't really give you how much the bottom line's improved, it's by percentage or an absolute figure. But yeah, basically, with beef and sheep, a business that's a modest-sized beef and sheep farm, you're never going to become a millionaire. But basically, I'm better off now than what I was, 10, 15 years ago. With sheep, we reduced the numbers from at most we had about 600, 650, and then reduced it down to 350. And I just found with sheep that you have a good season of lamb prices, but it all seemed to go on on buying replacement ewes. You have, if lambs are making £20 a head more than previous year in a good year, then it all kind of go on replacing the flock. It was kind of however good lamb prices were, margins, the actual gross margin of the enterprise seemed to be pretty static, really. So there wasn't much benefit in even in good years financially.
And I think that's a fair reflection that sometimes we're chasing the output, but the input costs also chase us, and we don't always see the benefit of those inputs. So Patrick, do you want to just say a quick word as we're finishing off?
Yeah, I'm not very good with numbers. I don't really remember numbers, and when I do, they get a bit confused. But what I want to give you 4 examples of moments that just sit in my mind, and hopefully I can remember all 4. There was a moment we sat down with our accountant, and they were convinced that we'd forgotten to add some fertilizer figures into our accounts, and it turned out that we had actually just used far less, and that's one thing that just sticks with me in my mind. Secondly, I visited one of the neighbouring farms to monitor one of their barnyard boxes, and we had barnyard chicks, and the farmer burst into tears because he was just so overwhelmed by the impact. And I said, you've done this, you've managed the land, you've put the box up, and you've created these barnyard chicks by doing what you do, and that was a kind of a light bulb moment for them. So that's something I've always remembered, because it's just finding that hook for people, and actually what do we need to do to get them interested, and that led to many other things going on that farm. The third thing is that there was a day in September one year, and we all stood around the yard looking at each other, kind of wondering why we actually weren't all out working as hard as we possibly could be. And we realised it's because normally we'd have been out ploughing, cultivating, and turning the soil over backward and forward, left, right, and centre. And with our drill system, we were just waiting till October to go out drilling, and September then became a really, really quiet month for us. And that was a kind of a bit of a light bulb moment, number 3. And number 4 is the cover crop results in groundwater. When we're looking at parts per billion of nitrogen in litres of groundwater, and we look at the graphs, and ground nitrogen behind the plough is kind of up very high, and somewhere over 100 parts per billion per litre. And then you look at the groundwater coming out from behind cover crops over the winter, and there's virtually no residual nitrogen in that water. And it was like, actually, cover crops here are really doing something, and something that we can monitor as well. So for me, those 4 moments are actually kind of indicators of of where our business has gone and the benefits of what we're doing and what we can see.
And I think that's a really important last comment about affecting our wider environment with the runoff or loss of nutrients from the farm, and capturing more of that and holding it adds value to ourselves. We'll come to the quick word with Chris on time's pushing on, is really ready for dinner. There's two little bits on here. Is it better to reduce CVCs gradually or just get rid of them quickly? And what size of farm is influenced by MSO? So Chris, if you can just reflect that on your last comments.
Well, before I do that, with Croglin, it's the only farm business that we've worked with that we've done 10 years of accounts and reviewed those 10 years. We turned all their P&L accounts into management accounts. And the best year they've had ever is the last one, 2020. And they've moved from intensive to less intensive and moving towards MSO. Now that can't show a trend yet, but it is over the last 10 years, the best year they've had is in the last year. What was your first question? The size of the farm?
Yeah, does it affect anything?
No. Free issue will determine any land management, grouse shooting, game shooting, arable farming, mixed farming, and of any size. Your dilemma is that the support mechanism is reducing and will not allow some farmers, some small farmers, to earn a living just from that farm. There will have to be an income stream from elsewhere.
And yeah, thank you very much. And thank you very much to the panel for giving us an insight into your businesses and your farming practices, and the journey you've taken in reducing your overheads, your costs, and trying to make your business more profitable for the future, and trying to reach that MSO point. And as we reflect, it's not a single point, it's an area, a zone where we're trying to be into, and that'll flex within the years. We've answered just about all the questions that come through to Q&A. Thank you very much. The ones we haven't captured, we'll try and take off and see if we can do a response to at some later date. We are capturing all those questions. So lastly, thank you very much. We're going to go for lunch. We'll be coming back at 1:15. Hope you enjoyed.
We also have an added bonus as well, Martin, just to say what we're trying to do, if all works well with technology, is that sort of starting about 5 to 1, we should be playing the new Nature Means Business video, which has other farmer case studies that Chris has worked with over the years. And so people can, if they want something to watch whilst they're having their lunch, then they're most welcome. As we say, we will start back again fully at 1:15. Thank you.
Lovely, and we look forward to joining you after dinner. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We farm approximately 490 acres, of which approximately 50 is mowable. There's another 75 acres or thereabouts, which is what I would call good pasture, and the rest is fairly rough stuff. We came here in 2008. After about 4 or 5 years here, we could We farm approximately 490 acres, of which approximately 50 is mowable. There's another 75 acres or thereabouts, which is what I would call good pasture, and the rest is fairly rough stuff. We came here in 2008. After about 4 or 5 years here, we could see that no matter what we did to the sheep, whether we improved them, we farm approximately 490 acres, of which approximately 50 is mowable. There's another 75 acres or thereabouts, which is what I would call good pasture, and the rest is fairly rough stuff. We came here in 2008. After about 4 or 5 years here, we could see that no matter what we did to the sheep, whether we improved them, we bought in recorded black-faced tups to try and improve sheep performance. We looked at doing at finishing cattle and doing a sort of boxed beef enterprise with our Galloways, but really it was never going to make this farm sustainable in the long run. And come about 2012, we had the opportunity to get into the last tranche of environmental stewardship higher level schemes. This was our last chance. This was in terms of opportunities to create something sustainable, and we basically capitalized that income over 10 years and invested it in a cheese making business. Why cheese? Our farm is terribly constrained by geography. The house is at 890 feet above sea level. The land rises to about 1,500 feet above sea level. We live at the end of 3 miles of stone track. We have about 60 inches plus of rain annually. Our soils are peat over clay, really very marginal, poor ground. So we came to the conclusion that really, if we were going to do anything, we had to create an enterprise that added significant value, and that we looked to sell that in a premium market. And we considered all sorts of things, and finally came to the conclusion that we had the elements of a really good marketing story here. We live in a beautiful place, and to that we added Northern Dairy Shorthorn cows, which are the rarest of the rare. They're native to the Yorkshire Dales. They're a dual purpose breed, and we added a pre-war raw milk Wensleydale recipe to create what we hope is a unique product. Our cows calve in April, and they give a milk yield. They'll peak at probably 15 litres, 3 gallons, and by the end of September they'll be giving maybe a gallon, something like that, and we dry them off. So we make cheese while the grass grows, and therefore it's important that we look after our grass, that our grass is diverse. We have no monoculture perennial ryegrass swards. We can't reseed. We are trying to encourage what some people would would regard as weeds, but they are really, we're trying to make a diverse sward, and we know from science that contributes towards the flavours and aromas of the cheese in the end. And we aimed high. We wanted to sell our cheese as a premium product, and we think we've achieved that. We're selling it at a price that we have asked for, not that the market has dictated to us. And there is more demand for our cheese than we can supply. We're selling into Neal's Yard Dairy in London, and we're selling to the Courtyard Dairy at Settle and to local shops as well. What we have here is our milking parlour. It's a 1930s design, six abreast milking parlour. We milk about 30 cows at the moment in about an hour and a half, without significant preparation, because remember, we're making raw milk cheese. The reason we make raw milk cheese is because if we didn't, the cheese would lack the flavour that is imparted by the grass and the herbs and the diverse diet that our cows eat. This parlour is a lovely place to work. We've got a fantastic view out of the back there. We only milk once a day because we don't have the labour to milk twice a day. And our cows give a very low yield of milk, therefore our cheese is priced at a premium to make it viable. Okay, so this is our cheese making unit. It's a converted shipping container, 20-foot shipping container. This is a cheese making vat. What you can see in front of you is cheese is draining in cheesecloths. So the cheese making process begins at 4 o'clock in the morning when I get up, get changed into my cheese making gear, and transfer the milk from the bulk tank, which has been cooled to 4 degrees, into the cheese making vat. We start to warm that milk up in the vat. Last year we made, which was our first proper full year, we made about 1,200 kilos. This year we're going to double that. We're probably going to maybe more than double that, maybe 2.5 tons of cheese. My target really is somewhere, and I think that sustainably, I think our target is going to be somewhere around 5 to 6 tons. The subsidy income on the farm is somewhere in the region of £50,000. My first target was to achieve that in terms of cheese sales, and we will do that this year. And that's our second year. One of the first things we did was to reduce sheep numbers, and we've reduced sheep numbers for the last 5 or 6 years, and the gross margin of the sheep enterprise is the same as it was now with 150 ewes as it was when we had 450. And prices of lambs are something similar to what they were 5 or 6 years ago. By dint of looking at cheese and by reducing sheep numbers was the impact on the biodiversity of that the farm has displayed. And reducing sheep numbers has made a dramatic impact in floral biodiversity and regeneration of trees, simply by removing them and reducing that stocking density. We no longer lamb our sheep in our meadows, which is traditionally done in the Yorkshire Dales. We save that grass growth for winter forage. As a result, we've been able to cut out nitrogenous fertilisers. We are moving to Chris Clark's maximum sustainable output, and the impact on our bottom line has been positive. The impact on our wildlife and biodiversity has been positive too. We've got all the wading birds here: curlews, lapwings, oystercatchers, red shanks, golden plovers, snipe, woodcock. It's a win-win, or win-win-win. Win for us, win for biodiversity, and win for the farm in terms of profitability. And actually, from a lifestyle perspective, because we have an enterprise that is, we work hard for 6 months during the summer, that gives us a chance over the winter to reflect on our business, to take some time out, to go on holiday, to spend time doing maintenance, explore other avenues for our business, explore other interests. And if we wish to, we could probably even explore another part-time job over the winter if that was what we deemed necessary. But our hope really at the moment is that cheese will provide us and this farm with a long-term future. It's delivered a raison d'etre for us, it's delivered a raison d'etre for the farm, it's delivered a raison d'etre for the Northern Dairy Shorthorn breed as well.
Welcome to Castell's farm up here in Yorkshire. We farm about 280 acres of mainly grassland, but we also have some rough lands over the wall there. As you can see, we have a moor bordering our farm. Lots of grouse shooting goes on there. We're about 750 feet at our highest here. We have peaty soil on top of clay. It's not the easiest farm to farm, but we seem to be doing okay. We were farming around 200 cows on an intensive housed system about 10 years ago, which was very labour intensive, quite tying. We were calving all year round, and so we were looking for systems to change to make it easier for a work-life balance and to attract the right staff. We are currently still milking 200 cows all around, though we have become more extensive. We're calving the autumn for 3 months, September to November. Doing this has enabled us to cut our concentrates down to around 1.5 tonne a year from 3.5 tonnes when we were very intensive. We've also managed to cut our fertiliser and our vet bills, and as a result become more profitable. What helped us make these decisions was doing a business review with Chris. Us farmers, we're very busy. I found it very helpful working with Chris. He put a lot of work in to find the areas we could improve on, and they're the areas we're looking at now to move on forward with. We still think we can improve on this and become more profitable by reducing cow numbers, purchase feeds, vet bills and fertiliser, heading towards maximum sustainable output. And we believe we can improve our profits even further by increasing the lactations from 3.5 to 6.
By increasing the number of lactations from 3 or 3.5 to 6, the herd productivity will increase, cow welfare will improve, and there will also be a reduction in replacement costs. And this reflects how a working with nature approach is so much more profitable. But not only is Sean heading towards an MSO, he has, with Joe, diversified into a glamping enterprise.
We have established a glamping site down here on a piece of land behind the farm that was unproductive for the farm. Really, it was a wasteland. It was very wet and lots of stones, but we saw an opportunity to use the landscape as a unique selling point for visitors to come and enjoy the views and the sunset and get out in the wild of the Yorkshire Dales and have a glamping experience in these luxury cabins really. Our reason for doing this was the farm didn't really have a way of supporting me. I couldn't come back to the farm, leave my day job without help getting the farm to a position where it was generating more of an income that would support us as a whole family. So this business was established as something as a sort of separate to the dairy enterprise, but that would give us a steady income at times when perhaps the dairy enterprise was either less productive or the milk price was fluctuating. We could bring in an extra source of income really and make the farm more sustainable in the long term.
Yeah, so this is a very typical hill farm for Upper Wharfdale, running from 750 feet in the valley bottom there to 2,300 feet on Buckden Pike, which is behind me. Annual rainfall of 72 inches, typically very inaccessible for vehicles, 6-month winters, dodgy summers can create havoc with getting our crops in. So in 1995 we were lucky enough to secure the tenancy of this National Trust farm as it came up onto the open market. I'm a first generation farmer. We had to borrow quite a lot of money in those days to buy the flock of sheep which were inherent to the farm. And the standard thing to do in those days was to work with the subsidies and the environmental agreements to produce sheep and beef off these sort of hills. And the way that was done was to keep as many sheep as you possibly could within the constraints of the farm, and run suckler cows on a system which had been developed over the years for being kept inside throughout the winter, and continental type cattle. So throughout those 25 years, while we were actually making money, the point of where we were making the profit from was never really recognised. And then all of a sudden, 4 years ago, 2017, we had a bit of a wake-up call in that our HLS agreement came to its final year, and we were informed at very, very short notice that it would not be either moved forward or we would not be able to get into another scheme. So that in effect meant that we were going to have a 12-month break in our environmental payment income. So we analysed the business with the help of a consultant to find out where all the money was coming from and where it was going to, and really realised that the livestock enterprises weren't actually turning the profit which we had envisaged they were doing, considering the amount of labour and such like that was going into them. So after analysing our business, we were basically working out a way of getting through the next 12 months, because the subsidy portion of the income represented the annual profit. It was at the point where we decided to pull the business in pieces.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the afternoon session for the Nature Means Business Conference. We hopefully enjoyed the films over the lunchtime. We didn't quite get through the film of Gary, but you hopefully will be meeting Gary later on in the last session of the afternoon as well. The films, I have to say, we've made in conjunction with Farming Connect in Wales. They asked us to sort of show what was happening around MSO and Nature Means Business. So all of them have been created in conjunction with them, and we're very appreciative of their support to do so. What we're going to be going on to now is a session called Accounting for Nature. We've learnt that nature is already a key part of our farming businesses, but what we really need to see in more detail is where this comes to the bottom line, and that farmers are businesses as well. So I'd like to introduce you to three speakers that we have this afternoon. We have Brian Scanlon, who will be speaking first. We have Jane Lane, and we have Johnnie Balfour. Brian is part of Nethergill Associates and works along with Chris, and he will give you a very brief introduction to himself in a minute, but he multifaceted, very, very clever chap who's done many things in his life, and I think he's brought all of that experience into what he's now delivering through Nature Means Business. We have Johnnie Balfour, who is a member of our Scotland steering group, but also a qualified accountant and farmer. So he will bring both sides of the discussion there. And we have Jane Lane, who's lovely to welcome Jane as well. And that Jane, they farm and have the Westmorland family. And they also run the T-Bay and the Gloucestershire services, which no doubt some of you have frequented on your way up and down the motorways as well. So we're going to bring all of these together in the Accounting for Nature session. Brian, if you'd like to start introducing yourself, I'll pop the slides up on for you.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Brian Scanlon. I should stress that I'm not a farmer. According to my wife, I'm not even a gardener. I've spent most of my life in industry, ranging from production of steel through engineering and ending up in banking in the United States. As Alison mentioned, I work with Chris Clark quite a lot, and what I want to talk about right now is a business perspective on what's happening in farming. Alison.
Thank you.
Let me start with a general overview of some of the business-related issues that farmers face. The first thing to remember in business is that the objective is to make a profit. It's often forgotten, but it's terribly important, and it's where a business perspective starts. But farming itself has got some very distinctive features which makes its business model really quite different. And there are four things I'd like to pull out to stress. One is that farming has got access to what we call free issue resources. That's the sunshine and the rain and the wind that helps with the production of goods and produce. This makes it unique in a business sense, and it's extremely valuable. Just to give you an example, it probably takes 1,000 kilowatts of energy, that's a megawatt, of free issue sunlight to put 500 calories of beef on your plate. Now, if you had to pay for that, or if the consumer had to pay for that, it would be prohibitively expensive. Well, not just prohibitively expensive, you wouldn't even get to the start line on it. So the objective for farming really is to turn these free issue resources into commercial advantage. The third thing about farming to stress is that animal welfare issues will prevail over all others. That doesn't necessarily apply in other parts of industry. And it's a distinctive feature which should never be forgotten. And fourthly, the biodiversity that supports farming activity and ultimately the fertility of the farm itself is in fact something that's easily destroyed by bad practices. Again, it's a distinctive feature which industrial companies don't face in quite the same way. So most importantly, let's stress that the farm is not a factory. And why? Because there's a tendency when we talk about the industrialization of farming or the mechanization of farming, that there's a concept that you can turn a farm into a factory. Well, the factory system depends entirely on the concept of the division of labor. You cut it up into smaller and smaller pieces, and you specialize, and you rely on the speed and the utilization of the machine tools you have to turn out a product. That's not exactly what happens on a farm. And just to make the contrast, in an automotive factory, for example, you might find that a man has got 2.5 minutes of work to put into a car that's moving down the line. He'll repeat that 2.5 minutes throughout the day. He'll get to do it extremely quickly, extremely competently, without any slack time in there. And during the course of putting his 2.5 minutes of work in, he typically walks 15 meters and then he walks back to where he started for the next lot. Now, that's not a farm. Industry depends on technology to drive it forward, and that's through its machine tools in terms of their scope, their output, their performance. But nature's not biddable in that sense, and I want to emphasize that difference. However, some principles drawn from industry can be relevant, and that's now what I'd like to focus on next. The first thing is to understand what Chris Clark earlier today in the question and answer sessions talked about as the hierarchy of profitability. Every business should start with the objective of covering its variable cost. This is not quite the route an accountant would take. An accountant who's really there to make sure you're paying the right amount of tax typically is concerned about covering the establishment costs of the business first and going on from there. But it's important in farming to look at where the cash goes and how it flows through the business. And your first objective is to cover variable costs. You might have some trouble defining these in the first instance. There's plenty of places where you can get help in doing that. But we looked at some farms, as Chris Clark mentioned earlier, in the north of England, 80 farms, over 80 farms. And we found that 19% of those farms failed to cover variable costs. Those farms are essentially unprofitable, and I wouldn't really say they're viable in standard business terms. They survive, but we'll come on to why that's so in a moment. If you've covered your variable costs, your next challenge is to cover your fixed costs. And this is where most farms struggle. They make a foray into the issues, but in the study group that we looked at, in fact, 66% of the farms we looked at were able to cover variable, but not all their fixed costs. And we found that whenever their fixed costs were more than 40% of the revenues measured before support, that farm was never profitable. So the general message there is that you can't go wrong if you tackle aggressively your fixed costs and try to minimize them in the course of developing your business. And thirdly, when your fixed and variable costs are fully covered, your business is now making a contribution to those things that really have some value for you. The draw that you take from it, the profits that you make, and unfortunately, the taxes that you inevitably pay. In our study group, only 15% of the farms made it on this basis before support. Now, when support payments are taken into consideration, that 15% was transformed to 85%. This, if anything, if nothing else, will point out the importance of support and the level of support that's being offered. And of course, one of the challenges facing the industry right now is what's going to happen when the support payment mechanisms change and some of the support actually disappeared. If there's any one criticism we could levy from the standpoint of looking at this sector as a business, in many instances, I felt that the farms farmed the support and not the land. And that's something that's going to have to change. The second thing, after accepting the importance of profitability, is to understand that you have an obligation to measure your performance. And the most fundamental measure that you can adopt is something called return on total assets employed. Sounds very fancy. Just think of it as the interest rate that a building society will offer you. And then it's a really good comparison. In fact, if a building society offered you 5%, which is a little high these days, but historically that's not been an unrealistic number. You could say that you are, as a farmer, you are in business to try and beat that 5%. Otherwise, why not cash everything in and put it in the society? The issue is, how much extra should you target in return for the risk that you're taking on board in order to earn more money? Well, it's not unusual for people to judge the risk equivalent to something like 10% when it comes to going in business and putting that as a premium over what you might earn in a building society. So we might start from a standpoint of saying that an objective for a farm should be to try and produce a return of 15%. Question is, what does it mean? Well, the return on total assets concept comes out as a formula. I won't go into it in any detail now. That's a whole subject in itself, but it's essentially two components: profit over sales and sales over assets employed. Those of you with some mathematical background will suddenly realize that the sales are cancelled out and we end up with profit over assets employed, which is what ROTA is. But by separating the equation in this way, it comes out to reflect the reality that money, in fact, is a two-dimensional entity. That's something that is guaranteed to frighten an accountant if you ever mention it to them. But the important thing about that comment is that you need to have a balance sheet aspect to your perspective, and you need to have a profit and loss account aspect to your perspective. And this formula will help you separate those two things and allow you to look at your business from that standpoint. Now let's have a look at what these rotor curves look like. Now there's a set of curves, 3 curves there for 15, 20, and 25%. And the chart has been divided into 3 zones. If you have an objective of making a 15% return as a business, then if you are anywhere on that bottom curve, you can say, I've met my objective. In practice, in real life, you'll find that it'll be easier to be on some part of the curve than another due to the nature of the business that you're in. And what we find is that in the top left-hand corner, you have those businesses which tend to have low margins but high asset turns, and they're typically trading businesses. And in the bottom right-hand corner, you have those businesses that tend to have high margins but low asset turns. And these are the service providers. I've looked at thousands of businesses over the years, and the most extreme example of a trader I've come across is somebody who was dealing in gold and silver, and they had a 0.25% margin, but they turned their assets over every day. And if you multiply a quarter by 250, taking 250 days in the year, that's one hell of a return. In terms of the service providers, one of the worst instances I've come across was a firm of lawyers who turned their assets over once every 4 years. But in order to survive, they needed 200% margins, and they thought that was okay. In the middle, you've got the converters, and that's where manufacturing industry tends to reside. Question is, where do you think farming would be, and where should it be, and so on. And the next chart will give you an example of a few real cases from data that we've accumulated. And there are 3 red spots on there for you to have a look at. The first red spot is a hill farm where we've accounted for its performance on a tenanted basis. It's quite a good one. It's one of the best, in fact. It's got a good margin. This is post-support now. And it's got a pretty good asset turn. It's still in the trader part of the spectrum. Right on the bottom, on the right-hand side, that same hill farm is measured on a landowner basis. And as you can see, these two things are very different. They did in fact own their own land, and in order to make the comparison, we assumed that it was 2 separate businesses, and the landowning business was due 2.5% of the farm revenues, and we went from there. But that's a way of looking at it. If we put those 2 numbers together and didn't look at it that way, the combined average would end up somewhere in the middle in the converter zone, and that's exactly where the farm isn't operating. So when you look at businesses, it's important to make sure that you're really not looking at aggregates or portfolios, that you're looking at single activities. And the other spot on there is really quite remarkable. It's a dairy farm. It's fantastically profitable. It was pretty profitable on its own account, and it was enjoying levels of support which made it a super profitable activity. So there's an indication of what's possible when things go well for you. I think it's worth talking just about a little bit about economies of scale, because this is where there's a degree of confusion when farmers talk and where industry tends to have a view. Although the same term is used, they actually turn out to mean slightly different things. In industry, the phenomenon of economies of scale is something you exploit simply to reduce the unit cost of production. Now, it just so happens that mathematically, that happens when volumes expand, and because you increase, because you have a bigger volume base to recover your fixed costs over, the unit costs go down, and there's a drive in industry always for volume. That message has been picked up in farming and is actually the cause of a lot of problems in farming, as Chris Clark will have told you in the MSO story earlier today. Industry sees this more in terms of expanding market share and doesn't fall into quite the same trap because it doesn't have the same natural limitations. The expansion in farming is limited by nature because there's a point at which your natural resources run out, and there's a point at which you may be tempted to correct for those by putting in substitutes. And that alters the whole concept and benefits of economies of scale. Now, that's an industrial perspective on economies of scale. But in farming, there's a tendency to talk about economies of scale in terms of farm size. It's not an illegitimate way of looking at it. In fact, it's quite useful in some ways, but just beware that these things are different. In industry, your best strategy is always press hard on the plant, try and drive it into the ground as soon as possible, replace it as soon as possible. And the reason for that is that you're going to replace something that's far better and faster than the thing you had before. And if you're smart enough to get 2 or 3 generations ahead of the crowd, they'll never catch you. These sort of things don't work in farming. They can't work in farming. The best corresponding stratagem, in fact, is to press only up to the MSO point, and then you expand thereafter by increasing the size of the farm that you're operating. Going beyond MSO, the MSO point does have detrimental effects on your overall levels of profitability. So there are some dangers in assuming that all industrial practices can translate directly into farming and benefit farming from the very start. Where should farming go from here? Classified it earlier as residing typically in the trading zone of a rotor curve. And that's essentially associated with the production of commodities. And in that sector, prices are simply set by balancing supply and demand in the simplest of ways. Farm products tend to be undifferentiated one from another, at least when they get down the supply chain and they pass from one wholesaler to another. That's not to say that by being undifferentiated, they're not decent products. Minimum standards, of course, apply along the way. Challenge is to get people to pay for the standards and quality that you're putting into the product. When you've got cash flows always under pressure, a regime like this, a trading regime, tends to put cash into the system at an early stage. And that looks like a benefit. Well, it is a benefit, but it's at the cost of other things. The result is, as long as you stay in that trader zone, you will be driven by price issues. So what's the alternative? Well, everybody talks about added value. If some of you saw a film just before this session, you would have seen Andrew Hattan in Yorkshire, who's gone into cheese production, and that he would be a great example of an added value business that's come out of a basic farming activity. It's all about when more work is done on the product, and that extra work can be sold at value. I should add at this point, this is something that comes out of industrial experience, and it's a big trap, really. We often talk about added value. Lots of industry gets into trouble because what they end up doing is simply adding cost. And there is a difference between those two things. You'll certainly spend more money to get added value, but it's got to be recovered. And that's a huge trap to try and avoid. In the studies that I referred to earlier, there were some dairy farms, and they were intrinsically more profitable than the livestock farms. And that's because there's a greater added value content, even despite the fact that milk is, at the end of the day, just another commodity. But it is true to say that in business in general, there's a clear relationship between added value and greater levels of profitability. It's not entirely a free ride because it also comes with greater business risk. What does it involve, though? If you go down this track in the future, it'll involve having to differentiate products by new added value activities. It's what the fast-moving goods consumer people call branding. That branding will in turn attract premium prices. But once you've got branded goods, you've got to support your sales with marketing programs, either programs which push the goods in one direction, or if you're very successful, you pull the goods into the markets that you want. And the other thing that should be considered is moving up the supply chain by taking on roles that other people currently perform. In the cereals business, it's interesting to note that for every pound of sales at the field gate, by the time that product gets into the kitchen of a consumer, the consumers typically paid £12 for it from the supermarket shelf. Now, what we mean by going up the supply chain is getting something better than the £1 out of those 12 that the product has ultimately cost. And the greater the proportion you can take, the more profitable the industry will become. The big problem here is one of, it's a side effect of scale, in fact. Farmers are incredibly small players in relation to the people in the supply chain. Now, in summary, a business perspective, what would be the general advice? Well, recognize the importance of making a profit. Sounds obvious, but it's terribly important. Try and be smarter and don't chase output. The important thing is to chase margin and become profitable. Learn to measure performance, budget properly, and make plans that are based on your performance objectives. You know where you want to go. You may not get there in the first instance, but by being able to measure what you're doing, you can certainly adjust what you do next time round and eventually get to where you believe you should be. And thirdly, understand and exploit maximum sustainable output and the impact of economies of scale. And that means operating at MSO levels as close to them as you can get. May never be possible to get entirely down to an MSO level, but the closer you are, the better you'll be. And thereafter, grow through aggregation into larger units and try and go into added value product production.
Thank you very much indeed, Brian. That is something to make us all think about our businesses, to say the least. And I'm no doubt, I think there's some questions that have come in during that, so we will pick that up in a minute. Johnnie, would you like to go through what you'd like to share with everybody at the moment, and then we'll do the questions after all three of you have spoken. Thank you.
Sure. Hello, everyone. I'm Johnnie Balfour from Balbirnie Home Farms. In Fife, I'm also a member of the Nature Friendly Farming Network Scotland Steering Committee. I'm a slightly late addition to speaking in this panel, so I won't keep you for too long. My message is the same as almost everybody, or absolutely everybody else who's been on here, that a nature-friendly farming is business-friendly farming. That when we farm with nature in mind, our economy within the farm and in our local environment is better. We're on a journey. We're not, I wouldn't say that we are a nature-friendly farm. I'd say that we are becoming more nature-friendly over time. But we got there slightly by accident. We weren't thinking about trying to make sure that we had more habitats. We weren't thinking about whether we wanted to have more biodiversity. What we were thinking about was our business wasn't making any money, and we needed to change that. The things that we looked at when we were analysing our business, I now see that as we were looking at MSO, but I didn't know what MSO was at the time. We were looking at our variable costs and our fixed costs and about how we can bring those down. And we realised that lots of the fixed costs that are often thought of as fixed aren't as fixed as we think they are. And they are actually variable if we change our management. So, for instance, in changing our management of our livestock and trying to keep them outdoors more, that meant that we needed fewer machines in order to feed them and bed them. It meant that we were saving money in terms of both the variable costs of feeding, but also the fixed costs of tractors and feed wagons and silage, that kind of thing. This is bringing us much closer to MSO. We have been able to reduce our inputs on livestock, so the increased fertilizer price is not affecting us on our livestock business because we're not putting any fertilizer on the grass. And that has been because we have changed our management using mob grazing, and we are growing more grass than we were before, putting nothing on it. The key thing to getting all this together has been a mindset change. It's about thinking about the business and all of the costs as being variable, and we're in control of them with an ability to change them. And that has brought benefits in terms of lack of synthetic inputs. We do have better biodiversity. Our pastures have got more in them other than just ryegrass. We were actually part of a study a few years ago where the diversity in our pastures was the worst of anybody who was in the study. And that was a bit of a wake-up call. And most of the diversity was thistles, nettles, and docks. So that wasn't very good. We now see plenty of clovers and other grasses in our pastures just through changing management. Anyway, nature-friendly farming is business-friendly farming. I think I'm going to pass on to Jane now, and she will talk to us about the service stations and filling them up with good food.
Alison, can I screen share?
Yes, you should be able to, Jane. Yes, if you just want to pop on the screen share button, you should be able to come through on that.
Okay. I hope everybody can see that. Okay. So I'm just going to give you a quick snapshot. My name's Jane Lane. My family farm in Cumbria, just under 1,000 acres of severely disadvantaged area. This is our farmhouse. My middle top bedroom was my bedroom window. We farmed there for generations. Dad started farming here in 1955. And at the time, he recognized that hill farming was going to become more challenging. And that for us and for our business, some form of diversification was going to be vital. So against that backdrop, the M6 was planned coming to go throughout the M6 going north was planned to be built through our land. And the compulsory purchase order came through in 1965 and building of the motorway started in 1975. It's 1970, sorry. And my parents, against, Dad he was looking for different business opportunities, and Mum and Dad together put in a bid to run a 30-seater motorway service area on the northbound carriageway of the M6 at T-Bay, which really retrospectively was extraordinary because Dad was a farmer, Mum had very minimal catering experience, but they were kind of game for the challenge, and they did an enormous amount of research before putting together a business plan, endless looking at other motorway service areas, counting traffic turn-ins, counting people buying food, buying coffees, going to the loo, filling up with petrol. And from that, I think they were driven by the rather terrifying knowledge that they couldn't afford to fail. So they really put a lot of work into that, and added to which none of the big motorway service area operators at the time felt enough people would travel north to make it worth their while, make it a business opportunity for them. So Mum and Dad put in their bid. They were successful and recognised, and I think this is really key, they recognised they actually didn't have the skills needed to run that kind of business. So they went into partnership with a local firm of bakers, Burkett's, who were skilled on the catering side and running a bigger business. So they had 35 years of successful partnership together that was enormously beneficial, and they grew the business to what it is really today. So we've got 2 sites at T-Bay in the north and southbound carriageways, 2 in Gloucester and 1 in Scotland. So at that, my parents stepped back and my sister stepped forward. I work with Sarah, my sister. She's chair of Westmorland, and I am responsible for the farming side of the business. So onto the farm. The farm is integral to the whole business. But I think it's important to remember it is a standalone business. It isn't subsidised by the wider business. It's still a livestock farm, and we term it as a favoured supplier of the business. So a lot of our product feeds directly into the business. We have 4 key enterprises on the farm. One is cattle, store cattle. One is herdwicks. One is breeding flock of sheep, and we also have properties, which my parents did up properties on the farm little by little when time and resource allowed across the years, and they ran them as a holiday cottage enterprise, and they're now long lets, but they're still a source of income for the business. So these are some of our cattle. We have just over 100 store cattle on the farm. All of them feed directly into Westmorland farm shops, kitchens and hotel. These are our herdwicks. I don't know whether any of you saw the recent documentary on Channel 4, our Lake District farm shop, but there was a lovely feature there that looked at the farm where we buy these, their fell farm, and then they come down to us where they're fattened on our comparatively lowland farm. And again, all the herdwicks go directly into the business. And then we've got our breeding main flock of sheep, which are Texel Cross North Country mules, and just over half of these go into the business and the other half are sold on the open market. Within the business, we've got 2 farm shops at T-Bay, that's the kind of side I'm looking at because that's what the farm feeds into, both on the north and southbound carriageways. We've got an FSA approved cutting room there, and we take a nose to tail approach, which is really challenging for a business like ours. So we use the whole carcass. And it's also quite unusual for a business like ours. We also recognise the skills or the kind of dying skills of butchers, being able to look at the whole carcass, and we have apprentice butchers within our cutting room. We've got a short supply chain, which allows us to showcase our product alongside other specialist regional products. And we see it very much as a shop window for our regional area for travellers. So what we have in Gloucester is very different from what we have in T-Bay and in turn in what we have in Scotland. With the antithesis of a kind of today's homogenised, generic, globalised approach, which I guess is what makes us different. Back to the farm again. So some describe where we are agriculturally now as a bit of a crossroads, but for me, it's kind of feeling a bit like a T-junction. We're all having to look at our businesses, and we worked with Chris and Brian a couple of years ago, maybe, I'm not sure, I can't remember, but we're all having to look at our businesses, and I guess the challenge is there's no one solution fits all, and we've all got to work out what works for us. And I'm really conscious a lot of you will be miles further down the line than we are. So this is where we are, and still working away. So we're looking, in terms of us, we look really closely at our figures. We work really hard on our budget. And when we've worked hard on our budget, we then revisit it with a kind of formal monthly meeting, which I think for me is really key, because we set aside time to look at our actuals against budget, because as we all know, things don't always go according to plan. So it just gives us the opportunity to readjust should we need to, if things haven't quite worked out the way we thought they had. We're looking, it's interesting, Johnnie saying about mob grazing. We're going to trial mob grazing on the farm this coming spring, and look at increasing our resilience. And I was looking at what we can't control in farming, which is the weather and our bought-in inputs. And if we can reduce our reliance on those bought-in inputs, that kind of will make us a bit more of a robust business. So we're hoping mob grazing might help us do that. And then the other thing we're doing is we're looking at the breeds we're using and we have on farm to make sure we've got the breeds that really cope with the unpredictable weather we've got here in Cumbria, and they're best suited for our environment. Now, I borrowed this slide from Westmorland, and it's really useful. It's how we measure our businesses, and so we use it for the farm as well. And we call it the 5 C's, and all of them are measures of success for us, and equal measures. So if one's out of balance, it tips the whole thing really. But customers, so for the farm, our customer is predominantly Westmorland, and so we have to make sure we have the right product at the right specification for our customer. Commercial is profit. So if our healthy profit allows us to really fulfill the other parts of the 5 C's, but without the figures, if the figures don't stack up, it doesn't all work. Colleagues, if your colleagues are happy, come to work, do a good job, and again, they help the service you're providing the customer, and it all feeds into the success. Community, I'm going to come to a little bit further down the line in terms of the farm, and the climate is again something in terms of the farm we can really feed into, and we feel really strongly about it, and it's something we measure our success by. And it is great as farmers, we can really play into that. Telling our story is what we can do in our business and on our farm, really, because we've got a short supply chain, we can tell our story really effectively. So that's quite enabling. And I really believe most consumers want to do the best thing, the right thing, and giving them the information to make that informed, correct decision in terms of seasonality and availability. And if raspberries aren't available in January, offer alternatives and explain why they're not available and what buying raspberries in January actually means in terms of flying them in and the true cost of that product. And I think that's a real advantage and a real opportunity for us. This is where I was going to come onto the community. So we're one of the 7 founder members of the Orton Fowles Farm Cluster, and I'm sure a lot of you guys will be already involved in cluster groups or groups of farmers. So we started really at the beginning of COVID. We knew we were going to be, we've been given an indication that we were going to be rewarded for collaboration and cooperation in future. But also I really believe together as farmers, we're much stronger. And it's also really nice to come together and share the kind of successes and failures that we all have and talk about them. It's much less isolating. And when we came together as a group, we established what we all wanted to learn more about, which was soil health. So we secured a grant from the Soil Association for innovative farmers research grant, looking at soil health across our group. We're a diverse group of farmers, so looking not so much at soil testing, but understanding visual kind of looking at our soils and what we can do as farmers to improve that soil health and how our different management techniques are going to impact that. And we're working with researchers from Bristol, York and Lancaster University. So that's been quite exciting. We also looked at natural capital, and it's kind of a weird one that, because everyone was talking about it and so many people were saying we ought to get consultants in or do stuff like that. And we really felt nobody knew our farms better than we did. So one of the group went round with a paper map and literally mapped with each individual farmer what was on their farm. And then since then, with support from the Endangered Landscapes programme, we've got an ecologist who's coming on farm, each individual farm, and working out and identifying and mapping where our natural capital is, how we can extend it and how we can connect it across the group. And when we've got it on a kind of digital map format, we can then start selling our this is something we are providing, which is really exciting, and it gives us something to work towards and with. And then finally, we're doing community work as a group, bridging the gap. I think there's a massive, one thing COVID taught us is there's a real appetite from the public for understanding more about farming in the countryside. And whether it's Jeremy Clarkson or whether it's James Rebanks or whoever it is, there's a real appetite for more knowledge about what farmers are doing. And some of our group are taking part in the Leaf Open Farm Sunday initiatives, the school farmer time. We're doing school visits so that kids can understand more things like our soil health. We're expecting to get the kids on the farms to understand about earthworms and things like that. And we're also going to be working in the wider community with people who maybe have moved to the area and don't understand the landscape, the farming, and be able to answer the questions. So if we're ploughing, they might want to understand why we're ploughing and when that would happen, or if we're planting trees or whatever we're doing, so that there's a greater understanding between the wider community and the farmers. So I think that's me. You'll all be relieved to hear. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jane. That's incredibly interesting. I think there's been lots of comments coming up in the chat that you definitely rate very, very highly, if not the best, when it comes to the T-Bay and the Gloucester services, without a doubt. I haven't been to the ones in Scotland. I have been to both of the other ones. So thank you so much. But it's fascinating to see where the farm comes in alongside and your other work that you're doing as well. What I'm going to do now is hand over to Johnnie, and Johnnie's going to take through some of the questions to ask to the panel as a whole. Thank you, Johnnie.
Okay. First question I've got here is for Brian. How do you value farmers and their families' time, knowledge, and skill in terms of asset valuation?
Sorry, Johnnie, can you say that again? How do I value?
How do you value farmers and their families' time, knowledge, and skill in terms of asset valuation?
Well, it's quite an interesting question. Because it gets to the heart of this relationship between the P&L account and the balance sheet. Asset valuation is on the balance sheet. People's skills and their performance usually ends up on the P&L account. But there is a way of converting the one to the other. What you're essentially doing is trying to convert income streams into capital. And the easiest way is the way they use in the City of London, which is essentially what's called a PE ratio, price earnings ratio. You simply multiply by a number. In farming, it's something between 2.5 and 4%. 2.5 times and 4 times rather. So if, for example, you're drawing £10,000 out of your farm, you are effectively valuing you're valuing yourself as an asset equivalent to 2.5 times that, which would be 25,000.
Okay. Thank you. The next question, actually, I'm going to ask Jane. Is it possible for all farmers to produce premium added value products? And if not, will the MSO approach still ensure a profit for those producing non-premium products?
Sorry, now, Johnnie, it's awful, but you froze halfway through that question. I'm trying to find the question, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Is it possible for all farmers to produce premium products? And if not, do you think the MSO approach will ensure a profit for those producing non-premium products?
Well, first one, I think it is possible for all farmers to produce premium products, but I guess it's what you want to produce. But why wouldn't you want to produce premium products? You should be really proud of your product. And so if it's your product, it should be a premium product and you should be selling it as such. And the MSO approach, I think it's applicable to both premium and non-premium.
Yes.
It's just, it would work with both. But if you're going to do something, do the best you can and be proud of it.
Johnnie, perhaps it would help with the comment that you should start thinking about premium products from the standpoint of being able to differentiate what you do from other people. And that's where the idea of a premium product starts. So if you've got a way of differentiating what you do, that's the origin of your opportunity.
Excellent. And Brian, I've got one for you. Would you reconsider the role of biodiversity as a key deliverer of natural capital and ecosystem services? And would you agree that its value tends to be underestimated?
Absolutely. The funny thing is at MSO, your biodiversity opportunity is maximized as well as your profit. You see, it's obvious when you think about it, but beyond MSO, if you're putting CVCs into your business, you are destroying biodiversity.
Right. Okay, thank you. Oh, here we go. Jane, this is for you. Fascinating to hear about natural capital assessments for your farming group. Sounds like a brilliant initiative. Are there any tips on getting such a thing started, and where did you get funding for it?
Well, that was a bit of a funny one because we started and lots of people were talking about it, and I was thinking, oh gosh, I suppose we ought to try. And yeah, as I say, there's loads of consultants out there who offer to come and look at your farm and charge you lots of money, and maybe that data that then no longer belongs to you, it belongs to them. And it just wasn't really, and I don't know, maybe it's the northern in me, but I find that slightly irritating, that thought of somebody coming in telling me what I've got and then giving me a nice shiny paper that says it and takes the paper home with them. So we looked at it really simply, in that we all know and the other thing was our group hasn't got any money. So in terms of, we haven't got a slush fund in there. We don't pay to be part of that group, or we just have come together as a group of people. So we haven't got any resource to draw on. And I talked to lots of different people. There's loads of people out there doing it, because I wanted to get it onto a digital map because it makes it easier. But it's quite difficult to get to that point. So we started off on the paper mapping and just getting together and working out what we all had. Because people can come and tell you, and there's nice, lovely drone shots of your farms, but actually they might have been taken 4 years ago, so maybe irrelevant now. So nobody knows your farms better than you do. And we just did it on paper. And then I kept talking and asking questions and going around in circles, asking the same people, basically nagging on. And somebody said, actually, I might be able to help you. And it's the Endangered Landscapes Programme. They need to work with or are working with farmers, which is fantastic. They've been enormously supportive, and I can't speak highly enough of them. And they offered to support us by bringing in an ecologist who's worked individual in each individual farm, to actually take that data and put it onto a GIS map for us. So we haven't got it yet, but we're going to get it next month. So that's quite exciting. But in terms, just keep talking to people, keep asking and banging on doors until somebody answers you, is what I'd say on that front.
I might let Brian have a little word for the consultants, as well as answering this question. Can you explain why dairy farms are more profitable?
Well, they're really two businesses. There's an animal management business, which is just like another farm, and then they add value subsequently in a semi-industrial sense. And it's that added value, that extra added value that they put into the product, that's the source of more profit, more opportunity to make a profit. It's a good example of why you should add value. And of course, as I said earlier, it doesn't come free in the sense that you've got more at risk. You've got to make it work. It's a good way of going ahead. And the Andrew Hattan story is a good example of doing it on a somewhat different scale.
Yeah, excellent. Can I just say to all the people out there, keep your questions coming in to the Q&A, and we will continue to ask them. I've got still a couple more to ask. Jane, do you use bought-in feed to finish your cattle and lambs?
That's from Bill. Bill, we do, but what we're trying to do is we don't use as much as we did, and we actually don't use bought-in feed. We mix it with the Keenan, so we have our silage straw and rolled barley that we buy, and I'm hoping with our mob grazing, I'm wanting to reduce that. And it is challenging because people start saying, well, gosh, you can't finish your cattle, you can't finish your sheep without it. And actually, I want to see if we can. And it's only, I guess, I can't say because I don't know, but I'm going to try and push the boundaries and see if we can. But what I would say is we're trying to do it is in a responsible as way as possible. We don't have palm oil and we don't have soy in our feed, so that we buy for the sheep. They mix them specially, and the cattle we just do the ready prepared stuff we do ourselves. So ask me in a year's time. I hope the answer will be different, but we're edging. I'm just pushing to have less of it.
With my hat on as the chair of the Pasture-Fed Livestock Association, I would say that it is possible to finish cattle and sheep without inputs.
Johnny, I'm super optimistic. We will get there, I know, but slowly.
Bill has also asked me a couple of questions, asking if I count underused livestock housing as a saving in fixed cost. The answer is absolutely yes, because our sheds were built in 1970 and they're not great nick anymore. And I would like to use the sheds for doing something else. So if we can get away without using them, we will be able to benefit the farm by using the sheds for something more valuable. And have we invested in reseeds, or did the clovers arrive by themselves? The answer is we have on clover. We haven't put expensive reseeds in the sense that we haven't tied up any pasture and then reseeded more grass in. We have added to the grass that we've already got rather than buying it up, which I think is a good indication of what we're trying to do is not spend money on destroying life. We're trying to spend money on building life, and ploughs are destructive in what they do.
Johnny, I've got a couple of extra questions here for you. Brian, you talked up the economies of scale and plant utilisation. Farms can't get good utilisation. What should they be doing?
Well, it's a good question, and it's a real problem. It's very difficult to share machinery simply because your neighbour will need the machinery at exactly the same point in time that you will. There may be schemes for third parties to play a part where machinery is owned and rented, and where the third party can make the most of differences in latitude and differences in elevation to use the plant and kit at different times. I spent some years in Texas, and the big combine harvesters used to start at the southern coast of Texas near Galveston and Corpus Christi, and they drive all the way up to Minnesota over the course of 4 to 4.5 months, because that's the way the weather developed the crop for them. And then they spent the rest of the time coming back down to start again. Now, we don't have anything like the scale in this country to do that, or the conditions to do it. But this is where a farm is not a factory. In fact, it's more like a repair shop. In a factory, you would try to run all your kit as hard as possible and replace it as soon as possible. In a repair shop, you want all sorts of kit, huge varieties, because you never know what the next job's going to be. And you've got to have a plan to make that business work with low levels of plant utilization. And that's essentially the pattern that you see on a farm. It's not much help, but
well, it
I
is.
see the problem.
It is working things differently, and you know, there are some changes in some groups that come together, but there's still more that probably could be done in that one. Johnny, going to you with your accountancy hat on, please, if that would be. We've obviously discussed ROTA, return on total assets, this afternoon, and with Brian's class. But would accountants know about this? And if so, how do we approach them? Or is this something that we need to start those conversations with accountants?
Simple answer is yes. Any accountant who's been through any sort of training and has the letters after their name and have will know all of those terms. It's a conversation that when it comes to, I don't know how much tests other people have with their accountants, but whether it's at VAT, doing the VAT return, or tax time or whatever, when you're giving them the activities for the year, having a conversation about how can I work out this? I'm sure that they will be open to having that discussion with you. They will probably thank you for it, because most of their clients will probably come to them with a shoebox full of invoices and ask them to in their taxes for them. So it's something a bit different. They'll love it.
Lovely, thank you very much indeed. Jade, are you still there?
Yes.
You're right. Jane, with a question here, how do you negotiate the prices you sell to Westmorland and out through Publix and things?
Well, we have our monthly financial meeting, and then we have a meeting with the butchery team as well. So we work really closely with head butchery, who is fantastic, and he's kind of on farm every week. Often goes to the sales and comes and sorts the stock, and that's a kind of ongoing conversation and there is the element, we talked about this yesterday actually, there has to be a natural element of tension between supplier and purchaser. So there has to be that element of tension there, but hopefully it's all in good heart and we negotiate our way through it. But yeah, so that we negotiate as you would do with any other any other arrangement like that.
How many? I know you've got a lot of farmers that also supply things into the farm shops, don't they? Different businesses as well. Is that something you actively go out and source, or do they come to you now? Which way round does that tend to work?
A bit of both, really. But I know with Gloucester, when we start with T-Bay, it's different because it kind of grew organically and slowly. Gloucester, we had to kind of hit, and we had a farm. So, we were based in the community here anyway. But then Gloucester, we weren't based in the community, so we did an awful lot of engagement events with local farmers and suppliers, and yeah, so it's a kind of bit of both, really.
Great, thank you very much indeed. And then really we've got a question to go to all of you. Brian, if you want to start off an answer, but it'd be interesting to see everyone's views on this as well. We had the introduction from Dieter Helm this morning, and he talked about putting natural capital on the balance sheet. What's the advantage of that, and how do people do that? And it'll be interesting to say afterwards, get Johnnie and Jane's takes on this natural capital, where you see that sort of fitting within that business calculation. But Brian, if you'd like to go first, please.
This is a highly technical question. There are great advantages actually in putting natural capital on a balance sheet. But that statement or that contention is only supported by the realization that in actual fact, what you're talking about is the ability to treat nature as a stakeholder in your business. And if it's a stakeholder in your business, it's on the liability side of the balance sheet, just like a shareholder. The strange thing is that nature is a negative liability. It's a negative liability because it gives you a benefit. A shareholder demands a dividend. Now, when it's a negative liability, it goes across to the asset side of the balance sheet as a negative number. So the more natural capital you put on your balance sheet, justifiably to a firm of accountants, the easier it is to produce a particular return on capital employed, because your total assets are going down. It's counterintuitive, but that's where the benefit is.
I think, Johnnie, is there anything from an accountancy point of view? Are we seeing, will accountants be putting natural capital on there on balance sheets in time?
I doubt it. At the moment, if a farm was putting everything at fair value on their balance sheet, and I can't speak for anybody else. I know that personally we don't. Our land is put on at a value that is way below what it should be worth. I think that the value on the open market is generally far in excess of the natural capital value of it. for a variety of obscure reasons. I think there would have to be a lot bigger changes in order to make the natural capital value greater than the open market value, in which case it's unlikely to be on an official balance sheet.
Jane, do you sort of account for anywhere within your accounts, or is it just that you know you're working with it within your business?
No, we don't account for it. And gosh, I couldn't add to what Johnnie and Brian have said. That was very informative, and so no, we don't do anything.
Johnnie, just going back to you, from the MSO side of things, do you think accountants are going to be receptive with farmers going to them and saying, you know, how do we work this different set of accounts so they can see what they're doing from their business planning?
I would say that it doesn't create a different set of accounts, it just creates a different set of answers to your management accounts. It's about looking at the numbers in a slightly different way, and changing your management based on those questions. Any accountant worker is going to be hugely receptive to a client of theirs saying that they want to make more money.
Thank you. Going back to you, Brian, we've got another question here from Bob. What is the place for employing new technology, AI, robots, etc., in helping farms and farm businesses to achieve MSO on a wider and faster basis?
Well, that's mechanization, it'll with the proper design of new machine tools and equipment, it can have terrific benefits. And those would then be some of the benefits that would relate to the sort of things that happen in industry. You can get productivity from mechanization. You can get productivity from capital by spending money, you know, cutting drains, managing things in a different way. The MSO message is you never get any benefit from chemical productivity.
Yeah. And I think we're just coming up near to the end of the questions now, but we just got, also still to Brian, might some farmers regard a SSSI designation as a liability if it compromised their ability to use that land as they wanted for food production?
Is that the suggestion that by growing the size of the farm, you might take on land which you can't maybe farm in the way that you want?
Yes, yeah, because obviously with SSSIs, it's going to be that they can't do anything sort of around it or on those areas of land, so such as special scientific interest. So, you know, if they want to use things for food production, but they've got the constraints of SSSIs, do you think they're going to see that that's, you know, something that compromises what they want to deliver?
Can I comment on this?
Yes, of course you can, Johnnie. Yes.
I would say we've got quite a big SSSI in the middle of our place, and I wouldn't consider it a liability at all because it's a birch bog SSSI, and if we did want to grow some food on it, I'm not entirely. I think we could probably make, I don't know, what we could get out of spindly birch trees and boggy land. MSO would never allow us to actually farm it productively, and it's much better just being a bog in the middle of the farm. You're on mute.
Yep. Would that involve additional costs though for managing of wildlife in and around, you know, that area as well?
Personally, no, because we've got fields on the edge of it that we farm normally.
Okay, and I think just looking at time here, it's probably going to be the last question this afternoon. Brian, Johnnie, are you continuing to study farms to obtain evidence that once a farm operates at or near MSO, there subsequently moves MSO to the right on that chart, supporting more output as a result of greater soil herb-rich diets and reducing vet bills, and better grazing platforms? almost like sitting in the slipstream of MSO. You know, we're going to sort of see that studying showing that we can move these things across and move that point of MSO.
Certainly continuing to look at farms, and we're continuing to monitor many of the farms that we've looked at over the last several years. That there is evidence growing that as you get closer to MSO, the MSO naturally moves towards the right. And that's because your farm conditions tend to improve in the process of taking out your CVCs. At some point, there'll be a limit to that. It might be quite interesting to speculate as to what that limit might be and how close it can get to where you were before you started to cut your CVCs out. Some farmers have expressed a view to us that they think in time they can get back pretty close to where they were.
Okay. Anything else from you, Johnnie, on that one?
Well, although I am qualified as an accountant, I don't work as one, and I don't have any clients. I only work as myself. But as part of the Pasture-Fed Livestock Association, we are doing a study along with Chris, actually, looking at pasture-based systems versus other livestock farms, and looking at both the economics and the ecological differences between them. So that should be coming out at some point next year.
Thank you. Well, we've just about hit time for 2:30. So thank you ever so much indeed. It's been a thoroughly interesting session. Not only is it to grasp the concept of MSO today, but also to see what this means in reality in the way that different people are working with their farm businesses and actually understanding the farm as a business in every element of it. I'd just like to say Armstrong Watson, who are meant to be part of this session, couldn't make it in the end, but they were going to do a particular session on looking and breaking down the fixed costs and moving those on as well. They will be recording a presentation for us later this week, and when we send out the films to everybody, we will include that presentation to go out with it, so you will not have missed out on what was going to be delivered this afternoon. I'd like to say thank you ever so much to everybody for everything you've provided within this session and your time today, and we will now be stopping from 2:30 until 2:45, and we'll run into the final Q&A session after that. Thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah. You do, yeah.
Hello everyone, we'd like to welcome you back to the final session this afternoon for the Nature Means Business Conference. I'm going to be handing over to Chris Clark in a moment to chair the next session. We have various people that you may have seen during the day and one or two extras that have come in to join us. We were very keen that we represent the UK, so we have Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland and England most definitely represented, and it'd be good to get some of their perspectives within this next session. Chris, if you're ready, we will hand over to you now. Thank you.
Alison, good afternoon, everybody. Alison, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for sticking with us. We have an erudite and prestigious selection of people on your panel for you this afternoon for your delectation. But before we get going with the questions, we've heard from a lot of people, but we haven't heard from Charlie and Gary and Denise. And so what I'd like to do is just ask them to tell us briefly about them and their farm in probably no more than 2 to 3 minutes. Who would like to start off? Let's go to Scotland, and Denise, perhaps you'd just like to tell us a bit about yourself and your farm.
Great, thanks very much, Chris. 650 acres, we've owner-occupied family farm. We've got Aberdeen Angus beef suckler rotationally mob grazed, 150 cows, finishing all progeny. We've got a store sheep finishing, and also we have cull ewe flocks for our butchery, and we have a small pig finishing and breeding unit. So we're organic and pasture for life.
Thanks, Denise. Howell, what about you? I left you out at the start there. You're on mute, Howell.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I'm Howell Morgan. I farm on Upland Hill Beef and Sheep Farm in the Brecon Beacons. Yeah, this is Johnnie's dad, not Johnnie's dad there. We farm 230 acres. We've got 400 sheep, 40 sucklers, half will be sort of Highlands, and the other half will be a Hereford cross. We put a short on bull on them. I've been on a steering group for nearly 12 months. Since taking over from running a family farm in 2005, I soon realized that we couldn't carry on buying so much inputs onto a farm, but found it difficult to convince Dad, and we had to do differently. I spent 12 years doing the same as Dad, reseeded 50% of a farm in ryegrass, mainly a decision I still regret. In 2018, I decided enough's enough and started the transition and work and farm with nature, not fighting against it sort of thing. So I'm aiming to have a no input system as much as possible and farm to an optimum rather than a maximum.
Thank you. Charlie.
Hi, Charlie Cole here, Northern Ireland. We specialise in kid goat, roast veal. We've our own on-farm shop and butchery, and we do wild game as well. We sort of integrated a bit of vegetable growing onto the farm to supplement supply to the farm shop. And we're following that with reseeding with herbal lays. Lots of woodlands, hedgerows, bit of agroforestry, do a few pigs as well.
Good, thank you very much. And Gary, are you there? Gary Schofield?
Yes, I'm here.
I can't see your video. Can you turn your video on?
Well, I'm trying to. It says it's been it says it's been disabled by the host.
Okay, don't worry. You can talk. Gary,
I'll find out what's happened, Gary. I will see what I can get sorted. But please keep speaking. Sorry about that. I didn't know what's happened.
So a bit about your farm, Gary, and where you're heading for.
Yeah. Okay. I'm basically a National Trust tenant farm with 100 acres that we own. So it's 1,200 acres altogether. We farmed for the first 20 odd years here, as we were expected to do, surrounded by mule sheep. It's a hill farm running from 250 metres up to 650 metres. So it's a very high hill farm, very wet precipitation, farming horn sheep basically and suckler cows traditionally, which is what we did for 20 years. And then much like our previous, like the previous Mr. Morgan, we met that, we came up against a bit of a wall in about 2017 and decided this was not really working for the place. So it's since then that we've been making changes.
Brilliant, thank you very much. And although we had Martin as a chair earlier. We don't know much about his farm, so perhaps Martin, just tell us a bit about your farm, particularly I think where you started from and where you're heading for.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. So a predominantly arable farm in South Cambridgeshire, roughly a third owned, third contract farmed, and a third rented. So we're trying to reflect, we have to be conscious about our budget across all those farming systems. Previously, high soil movements, short rotations, moving across to direct drilling, cover crops, soil health, valuing the biodiversity we have within the landscape, pollinators, predatory insects. How do I deliver a landscape fit for them and use that natural free resource to manage or reduce and remove inputs? And then we're also now moving into herbal lays and adding more livestock in the system to take away those corrective variable costs wherever as much as possible, and particularly as we travel forward in the future. Okay, now currently we have no questions in the Q&A box, so I'm going to start this off, and I want to start it off really about this sustainable intensification and where that is taking us, and whether you think it can work or won't work. Who wants to start me off? Let's go, Charlie. What do you think about sustainable intensification?
I think from my perspective, we would work directly with farmers markets and supply into sort of the whole supply chain. And to me, the biggest issue that we face really is food waste. Everything that we would do would be nose to tail. And I think if we could address that first, maybe we don't need to intensify quite as much as people say we do. As they say, a third of everything we produce is food waste. And we know, working with kid goats, we don't have a wholesale market we can shift into. So we really have to make sure that we get the whole animal used in some market somewhere. And for me, that would be far more important than producing more.
So, Charlie, would you think that there's a place for nature-friendly farming around the boundaries, but intensive farming in the centre of the field?
In my opinion, there's room for nature across the whole spread. I think by the time you fix that third and you're producing a third less in the field, you're able to put that third towards nature. You'll get the results you desire. That would be my perspective on it. But
okay, anybody else want to comment on that? Martin.
Sustainable intensification. So if we're going to bring in other energy resource inputs to drive outputs, that's not going to go to our best financial model and the MSO way. We need nature across a whole landscape through soil health, biodiversity, and the natural free gifts that gives us. And if we value and work with it, that is where we have truly, so I don't like the word sustainable because we can't sustain where we are, a transitional and a developing farming business that works for our future as farmers. We're not giving away and writing checks for other people.
Okay. Anybody else want to comment?
Can I come in, Chris?
Sure.
Thanks very much. So the idea of sustainable intensification, like an MSO around the edge of your field and intensive farming in the middle, I think that's crazy. I don't see the point of sustainable intensification if it's actually going to produce waste. We've done a little exercise on our farm, actually calculating the benefits of getting close to the MSO. So in the last 15 years, we've basically removed all agrochemical inputs. We've reduced machinery. We've definitely reduced our CVCs. We're saving over £60,000 a year by not using agrochemicals. We can absolutely see, I'm a practicing ecologist, I can see the benefits to biodiversity. We've increased grassland capacity, and we're fattening beef within 15 to 20 months to over 550 kilos. So we're getting close to MSO and we're productive. So I just don't see the value in sustainable intensification. I think it's an incredibly destructive mindset.
Okay, Brian, from an MSO point of view, where would it fit or doesn't it? You're on mute, Brian. You're on mute, Brian. You're on mute. Still there, still on mute.
I'm sorry.
That's
I
okay.
beg your pardon. I think Denise has summed it up. It's a confused concept. Perhaps I could make a contribution by telling a story from industry. Some years ago in Merseyside, there was a project to take household waste and convert it into a fuel which could be used to raise steam in the chemical industries in the locality. And when these products in the form of pellets were produced, they turned out to have half the calorific value of coal. And somebody asked the question, is it possible to improve these pellets to the extent that they're as good as coal or even better? And the answer was, yeah, we can get these pellets up to exactly the same calorific value as coal. Problem was, it took more energy to convert the pellets to the new level than you got in the extra value of the product. And that's what you face when you pass MSO. So the idea of intensification beyond MSO to give you a benefit actually fails, because the energy equation fails at the end of the day.
Good, thank you very much. Any other comments on that? Yeah,
I think the supermarkets have to be involved in this equation. At the moment, they're keeping quiet. You know, there is always going to be a demand for cheap food, and until the supermarkets sort of cut out this intensive cheap food production from everyone's diets, which is not helping with the health, the nutrition of these foods are not as good. So I think, for example, Tesco cost of production contract holders are being rewarded to be involved in agri-environment schemes, but they get rewarded even more for using fertilizer and pumping feed into these animals just to push up production. So I think supermarkets have to be involved in this, and the sooner the better.
Okay, and which just leads me neatly, Hal, onto another question for Brian. How can we combat the big pharma lobbying and their money, which pushes farmers to take up more and more inputs? Is there a way that the farming industry can combat these big multinationals?
Well, the multinationals are going to be quite vulnerable in the future because there's popular movements against them. But even more importantly, the mathematics of MSO is going to work against some of their practices. And I can tell you now, if a multinational is concerned about something, they're going to be concerned about profit. Once they realize that some of these practices actually detract from their profitability, they'll soon change their mind. The biggest problem, I think, is a scale problem. And what I mean by that is that farmers are a small group of people with a small footprint, and they're up against people in the distribution chain who have a much bigger footprint. And it's the scale effect of that that's a bigger problem. The arguments that farming can produce are quite good, but it's making them prevail against players who are just simply at a different scale.
Okay, any other comments from anybody else? Do you feel comfortable with what Brian has said? No.
Chris, can I?
Yes, Jane, come in.
I do. I think what Brian, what you said is perfectly valid, but I really feel we're at a turning point now, because there's a real appetite from the public to learn and understand more about farming and their food, and with the National Food Strategy publication, and there's a real awareness about processed food, what it's doing to us all, and our health as a nation, how it's all joined up. So the food we grow, the food we eat, how it's processed, and the cost of the NHS coping with all these sick people in our dotage. So I think there is an element, maybe I'm being optimistic. My sister always describes me as the eternal optimist, but I think there's a real appetite out there for understanding more. And I kind of think this is a moment to seize for farmers and food producers to kind of ride on that wave and make sure we're telling our story and coming back to the education of the consumer. I truly believe consumers want to do the right thing. And the trouble is, it's a lack of understanding that those raspberries have been flown in January, or the avocado doesn't grow in Cumbria. You know, it's that kind of, we spoke to somebody the other day and I talked about lambing and she thought it was a period of the year when we killed all the lambs. So it's that dearth of knowledge between those working in farming and food production and those buying food off the supermarket shelves. And I think there is a desire from the public to understand more. So it's up to us to tell our story as well.
Good point. Charlie, you were going to say something, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it reflects on both what Jane and Brian said, but it's that idea of that footprint. It's not just reach and access to the public, but it's also the economic footprint. You know, exponentially, each chunk of the food chain gets a smaller and smaller segment. So not only are we unable to communicate with our customers, I mean, we're in a very lucky position that doing farmers markets we can, but also farmers are losing the economic wedge as they move up a food chain as well. So that there's both aspects there.
Okay, I've got a really interesting question, Lisa. I think it's an interesting question. Many farmers are trapped in the commodity treadmill because of high debts. What policies could help farmers break out of those debts? Gary, do you want to have a go at that?
How to break out of those debts? Well, that's been our biggest problem. Trying to get to MSO has been how to manage those fixed costs, which are basically non-negotiable costs to the bank, aren't they? So in our situation, it's taken 4 years up to now, and it's going to take another 3 years to get to the MSO level that was predicted for us. So it's a real tricky one, because fixed costs, especially on a tenant's situation, are pretty non-negotiable. So it's one that everybody has to work out within their own business, basically. Okay. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, it does. It does. Yeah. How are we going to help farmers move away from this commodity treadmill?
Well, I think the price of fertilizer and feed currently will eventually force them to do it anyway. You know, if they look at the profit margin from using these imports, you know, doesn't add up, sort of thing. So I think it's been a saving grace, maybe the price hike in these inputs. And going back to the consumer with don't know, I think they'll be all, like Jane said, I agree with Jane, consumers are starting to realize what's happening, what type of food they want. I sell in a farmer's market and I'm struggling to keep up with demand, sort of thing. And between time and getting a product ready in time. So the consumers are growing, you know. I feel like we could have a voucher system in place in this country, whether it's £50 a week or whatever, that these people on low wages, or maybe everyone should have the same nutritional quality food available through a voucher system. Who funds it? I think it's government sort of policy, but maybe sort of corporations might need to help step up. It will save the NHS a fortune as well. So I think there is opportunities there. We just need to work together. And like I said, you know, Brian's saying about these corporations, they are big players, but you know, somebody told me years ago, a small chainsaw cuts down a big tree. So, yeah, I think it's doable. Yeah.
I think Denise was going to come in and say something.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I suppose the journey my husband and I have taken is, you know, we started as new entrants on 20 acres in 1990, and then got the chance to farm a wee bit more, was always to get away from the commodity trap. And certainly we always had our eye on adding value to what we produced. So I think the way we need to do it is absolutely adding value to what comes off our farms. I suppose a big challenge for us in the journey, and going organic and pasture for life and building our butchery was very much part of getting away from the commodity trap, is actually learning about the scale of production. So 650 acres actually hasn't been able to provide the animals, the livestock, to feed our butchery unless we really I mean, we were beginning to damage our farm by taking too much off it to fill our butchery.
Yeah.
So we've now so I suppose we went leftwards of the MSO. I think we're coming back to the MSO, and that we've stopped breeding sheep. We've increased our cattle, and we're doing more grass. Coming back to the MSO, but we need to get the butchery MSO in this same pendulum swing or tandem with our farm MSO, and that is a challenge for us. But certainly, it's a journey that gets us away from the commodity trap.
Okay, well, I'll take that as an example of your butchery will have linear variable costs, and your farm will have non-linear variable costs. I just throw that into the mix. Martin, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, as I say, we're fine. I don't think other people are going to help us. We need to help ourselves and our own business, and help our neighbours and friends to understand it. We have farmed ourselves into this position. We need to understand our businesses, our overheads, our costs, the opportunities, and farm ourselves out of it. It's not suddenly tomorrow we'll fix this, but what's the plan to be there in 4, 5, 6 years? But also when we look at the challenges for net zero and other additional costs for polluter pays, we need to get onto this quite quickly, because we're going to have additional costs coming at us that we are not already putting on our balance sheet. And so we need to move and avoid those oncoming costs as quickly as possible.
Great, thank you. I've got a question from Scott Brown. How do you imagine the MSO approach being implemented and scaled up across the UK? Who needs to be involved to enable this? So who wants to start me out on that? Johnny, do you want to have a go? Are you there, Johnny? Okay, let's try, don't mind. Martin, you have a go.
I think we need some framework from the top and a structured from all governments across the UK to drive a farming system that doesn't cause harm and focus on profitability, not output. We often hear we're going to get more grants for increased productivity and bits and pieces, but we also need to help it within all farming organisations and farm advice that comes on, that it is about having this whole business approach about where your MSO and your sweet spot is for your landscape in your position, and then where can you add value to supply chains and connect with the consumers. So I think it's got to be a responsibility for everybody, but we do need a framework from governments across the UK that support that direction and don't fund harmful practices.
Any comments from anybody?
Yeah, I think we need to put an Earthshot prize, everybody, and begin with glyphosate.
Earthshot and glyphosate. Okay, Jane.
Well, I was just going to add, we've been talking about this up here in terms of upland farming, and we're all farmers. Ultimately, we're running businesses, and I without more detail on the government schemes, there's appetite for change. Particularly in our cluster group, there's guys really keen to deliver what the government want us to deliver, but it's very difficult to kind of plan that forward in terms of business when we aren't sure of there's no specific figures allocated to the different things they're wanting to achieve, and that would be really helpful, I think, and help us establish a bit more of a balance in the farming.
Thank you. Howell.
Yeah, farmers will ultimately do what the market rewards them to do, and currently production is what's been rewarded, or maybe overproduction. I think government really need to speed up, and especially Welsh government with us. 2025, they're talking, we keep pushing it on, before we start doing anything. We need to get these pilots up and running. Just trial it, see if it works, but just do something. There's too much talking going on and not enough action, in my point of view. Talk is cheap. We definitely need some action, sort of thing.
So let me ask that question to Gary. Gary, you're farming in Upper Wharfdale. The Yorkshire Dales is notoriously conservative. So how do you feel the MSO approach could be promoted and rolled out?
Well, personally, I don't think it's up to anybody else other than the businessman himself. We're in control of this ourselves, and it's for us as business managers to seize the bull by the horns and do it yourself, because every business is completely different to the next. The fixed costs are different. The overheads are different. If you're not running your own business as effectively as you possibly can, then why should you expect help from somewhere else to do it for you? Lead by example is what I was saying. Do it yourself.
Charlie, have you got a comment?
No, I agree wholeheartedly with what Gary said. Lead by example. Incorporating the sustainable element, you're going to build the resilience that you need to get through the turbulent waters that we're going to face in the future, and we'll be the ones who come out leading the way, hopefully.
Okay, next question. This is for all the arable farmers on the panel, of which there's one, I think. Martin, what kind of livestock enterprise? This is from Bill Grayson, who Jane will know. What kind of livestock enterprise are you planning to integrate with your arable system? And how long is the grass phase you expect to have to operate?
So we're already doing cover crops. So that period between harvesting and planting the next crop, whether that's an autumn or spring, we'll do a variety of different mixes, and we will graze those wherever we can. We are putting in herbal lays. They will be grazed in hopefully a mob grazing system. I hope to introduce or get hold of some livestock, either purchase or work with a new entrant or somebody else to bring those livestock onto the farm. We do the same with sheep already. And it's that integrated between the delivering. And at the moment, my view is probably a 2-year herbal lay. I may go to 3-year to get better value out of it. But it's how long will it build fertility up in the soil? And then I can take it out of grazing and then deliver it into a cropping system and have enough nutrients within the soil to build that plan going forward. So I'm learning a lot and trying to build a framework, but also putting the infrastructure in my farm landscape. Electric fences are brilliant, but how do I get water and tracks and access? So I need to plan all those through and invest over time, but work with other farmers, because I'm not going to want to manage I don't want to manage sheep. I don't mind a few cattle, but it's how do we work with others to do these things?
Okay, interesting. One of the disadvantages of Zoom is that I can't go back to the questioner and see what they think. So we'll have to go on to the next question. No, Johnny, you've got your hand up. You're on mute, Johnny.
Yes, I was going to say we have big arable business too, and we're putting in, like Martin, we're growing cover crops, we're putting in short-term lays of 2 to 3 years. And this year, because of the high price of fertilizer, we're putting in a 2-year lay on 100 acres that we weren't going to do before, because we won't need any fertilizer on it and we'll be able to make more money out of it.
Okay. Hal?
Hi, just going back to what Johnny and Martin was saying. Yeah, I don't know, us hill farmers in Wales, we've got for sheep basically the nutrients that we arable farmers desperately need. I think it's about time we work together. How do we actually get this conversation started? But it's doable, and I think it's a win-win for everyone, sort of thing. So yeah, there's scope for that. And rather than send them to a dairy farm but that pick up all sorts of disease, so send them to a clean arable farm. And yeah, perfect. Let's do it.
So just, I don't want to be too controversial, and I know there's a lot of drive to reduce livestock numbers, but actually I think we may not reduce livestock numbers much in the UK. We'll move them. They'll move from the west to the east, and I need manures to fertilise my land if I move away from artificial inputs. So it's about where we redistribute and use livestock more, as much for their nutritional value and their landscape management value than the meat product.
Okay, this has taken a turn that I wasn't expecting. Denise, Gary, Charlie, any thoughts?
Yeah, I can add to that, Chris.
Yep, go. Yep, go.
Right. We've a hill farm, basically, and over the last 25 years that it's been in schemes, the vast majority of the outside land on the farm has not really been used to its potential. And the advent of the Galloway cattle that we've put into system in the last 3 or 4 years has actually increased our stocking rate on the farm, which is contrary to what the MSO theory would advise. And that's purely because we are now using the majority of the farm more effectively. The grazing management system has changed more to cattle than sheep, and has also created an environmental benefit in the process. So MSO doesn't necessarily, for those hill farmers, mean that we're going to be keeping less stock.
Okay, that's a good point. Charlie, do you want to add anything? You happy? Okay.
Can I just,
yeah, go.
Just add a wee thing on that, is that, you know, with livestock, in terms of biodiversity value, and what something I'm really keen on is ecosystem function, is actually we need livestock dung to supply the really essential invertebrates for all of our waders, for swallows, for bats, for wagtails. And, you know, if we don't have the livestock, incidentally, ivermectin free, then we will continue to deprive these birds of their feed. At the moment, we've got hungry waders moving across our landscape. We need more livestock to produce more dung to feed our waders. And that is a very important part of ecosystem function. So just a kind of a note about the importance of livestock.
Well, let me follow that up, Denise, because on Sunday we introduced a small herd of Dexters to our farm, and the next 2 mornings, only over the Dexters, the bats were flying.
Fabulous, fabulous.
So you're absolutely right. Brian, this probably is a question for you. Is there sufficient before and after average farm account data? It's maybe for Johnnie as well. Is there sufficient before and after average farm account data to demonstrate profit benefits of moving to MSO from a range of farming sectors and locations?
But yes, that it's a growing body of evidence. The best I think we can say at this stage is that we've got no evidence to the contrary. Statistically, it may not be regarded as significant at the moment, although it'll get there in due course. But it's some comfort to think that there's no evidence to the contrary.
Johnnie, have you got a comment?
Only that there have been 2 30-year studies done on organic farming, one by the Rodale Institute and one the Hawley experiment, both of which showed that in the long run, the benefits to the environment and the finances and the yield were all better in a mixed organic system, which must be basically MSO, although they didn't say that.
Okay, and then I know the answer to this, but let's get some reaction to it. Is the right policy support in place, or is it coming down the track to support development around the MSO approach? Martin, do you want to start us off?
Thank you. So England's policy is probably developing, it seems, quicker. But at the moment, the baseline, the SFI, is going to reward single actions. So it's not actually making you look at the whole business approach and the right actions in the right place and combined it. The local landscape recovery is the same. It's focusing. It's not going to focus on help farming businesses. It is going to reward you for those environmental bits. But I think we're going to, if we're not careful, we'll have adverse delivery from what their policy will deliver. And we're seeing the same in Scotland, Northern Ireland, in Wales. It is still focusing around the CAP kind of thinking. It is just paying you for something. And it should be really valuing that and where that fits for your farm to deliver that asset in that combined approach.
Okay, anybody else? Anybody from Northern Ireland want to say anything, or Wales? Hal?
Yeah, agree with Martin at 100%. But I do worry that these governments, whether it's England, Wales, Scotland, or Northern Ireland, they will bottle out. They're too scared of the big corporations, maybe big, large farmers. I don't think they actually have got the balls to carry out what we're saying. They are talking a great story, but have they got the balls to do it, sort of thing, which is a bit of a concern to me. I think they're just kicking the can down the road at the moment because they're too scared to upset these big players, and ultimately who supports their next election campaign. Yeah, so, but they are talking of good stories. Let's hope they can do it and will do it.
Comment from Scotland or Northern Ireland? Okay, that's fine. Gary,
Hello.
If your landlord is the National Trust, aren't you able to negotiate a fair rent in return for providing their suite of the public goods that they are pursuing? That was from Bill. That was from Bill Grayson.
That would be a very nice theory. The only thing that I have with rental negotiations is that even if we received a 50% rent reduction on our farm or any of the tenant farms of the National Trust, it wouldn't drive people in the right direction. It wouldn't solve a big problem, although every bit helps, obviously, when you're cutting costs. But as a landowner as well, I like to see that everybody is making a reasonable return on capital, as Chris Clark would suggest. My bigger issue will be who owns the natural capital for the schemes going forward when we want to start trading carbon for the livestock production systems that we are creating under MSO. That would be my biggest issue with as a tenant farmer.
So you're suggesting that the landowner might have priority over that environmental capital payment?
I haven't had that question answered by anybody as yet.
Any reaction from anybody else? Are you all tenant farmers apart from Jane, Martin? You're not, and Johnnie are presumably your owners. Any comments from anybody? Howell?
Yeah, this tenant farm issue is a big issue. We own our farm, well, in conjunction with the bank, obviously, but no, this is really important. A lot of my friends are tenant farmers, and and it's important. The active farmer is the one that gets rewarded. Can't emphasize enough, the active farmer test sort of thing. They haven't policed it in the last sort of 15, 16 years in the last cap reform sort of thing. It's about time they step up and activate this active farmer. Just because we own land doesn't mean we should get paid. Public are not happy for us to just have money for doing nothing basically, or just polluting, or just producing food in the wrong way. The ethos have to change. We just can't go ahead and having BPS just for the luxury of owning some land, isn't it? And that's what only going to encourage corporations, city investors, barristers, solicitors, whether they're going to plant trees on it or just offset carbon. It's the active farmer that should be the one that's getting his hands dirty and doing the work to reach the outcomes. He's the one or she's the one that's going to be rewarded.
Okay, Martin, I'll come to you in a minute. Howell, I want to come back to you because you've been experiencing significant take up of land by big corporations in your area. Can you just tell us a bit about that?
Yeah. So it's been happening for a couple of years, sort of thing, probably 10, 15 years, but all of a sudden with the future payments sort of moved away from sort of farming as we know it to where the offset carbon. So we've got British Airways, Primark, sort of different companies, corporations, barristers and solicitors and lawyers are buying land up on an alarming rate. There's three, four farms being bought up next door to me in the last couple of weeks. The same guy is looking at another farm to buy. So he's probably got about 10, 12 farms in the area, and it's just getting out of hand, isn't it? It's taken away opportunities for the next generation farmers, taking away rural community life sort of thing, because everything shuts. The small schools shut, the large school is shut with us, the shops are shut in. It's just destroying communities, and and the government are funding this. I don't think we realized what was happening until sort of we started making a bit of fuss about it. So this has to stop, sort of thing, and going back, the landowner shouldn't be rewarded just because he owns lands. He must be doing something to receive this public money. It's public money, and that public money, whether it's in Wales or England, should stay in our country, not disappear across the border to a city investor elsewhere, or maybe further afield, So
okay,
that's a big story.
Thank you, Martin.
I rent land, I contract land. It's that conversation we need to have now. Is I know my BPS is going, and we have a plan of trajectory when that's going. So I have to have an honest conversation with what's the rentable value of my land that I'm renting. And then we may have a sustainable farming initiative payments coming in to pay for actions. We may have carbon capturing opportunities, biodiversity net gain and marketing. Who owns all those other bits? I think some really tough conversations are going to have to be had, and this may have to be tested in law. But also on my contract farming agreements, the current contracting model is based around that BPS going to the landlord, really, in that first charge. So to readdress that, it makes your accounts look very different if you take the BPS out and the value of your landscape and which bits get farmed for crops or livestock or biodiversity. And many landlords are going to really struggle with getting their head around it because they feel they haven't got the information of what the future will be. But we cannot wait as farmers for that future.
Okay, Johnnie.
Yeah, I was just going to say we most of our land, and we are landlord for a couple of tenants as well. It'll be interesting to see how the valuation of those let farms under our Scottish, there are 91 Act tenancies. Not that anyone who's outside Scotland will have any idea what that means, but they are very secure tenancies, and if those tenancies come back, there is a payment from the landlord to the tenant for that land. And if the people who are doing the valuations can actually value the work that a tenant is doing to that ground, then they will ultimately get paid for it. But it would only happen at the point of exchange. Okay.
Thank you. Question from Anne at Farmer Ecology. It has been suggested to me by a farmer, this is going to be controversial, this one. It's been suggested to me by a farmer that farming should be nationalised. What is the panel's thoughts on this? And I'm going to go around every one of you. You're not going to get out of it. And I'm going to start, where am I going to start? Gary.
Oh, thank you very much.
Should farming be nationalised?
Well, those farmers can't even work together in the local vicinity, let alone as from the hills of Yorkshire to the boglands of Ireland or wherever. So I can't see how that, it's just absolutely non-starter. We're too individual-minded.
Okay, thank you. Denise.
Hi, thanks, Chris. I think I tend to agree with Gary. I mean, not least, what you said earlier in your presentation is that farmers have the nous of their farms on the ground. If we're nationalised, I can just see a whole raft of, one size fits all, silver bullets, and having to kind of achieve, KPIs, and I just can't see it working.
Okay, Jane.
I'd agree. It's too big. It's too big a project to nationalise the whole of the UK. There's too much diversity. But what would be good maybe is a kind of regional approach. So the challenges we have in the uplands in Cumbria are very different to the challenges East Anglia has and Shropshire. And it would be great to see some kind of regionalisation in approach. I think that'd be really helpful, but not nationalising the land, no.
Okay. Of those I haven't asked, is there anybody in favour of nationalising land?
Well, I would quite like a 9-to-5 statutory pension and minimum wage. That'd be wonderful.
Johnnie.
It depends what you mean by nationalised. Given that we are subsidised to the tune of however many billions it is, are we not a national industry already?
Yep. Yep. Brian, I'm just going to put you on the spot here. You have a view on unions and the role of unions within industry. Where do you fit in with the NFU and others like it?
If you ask someone with an industrial background what role a union should play, they'd essentially come up with a proposition around the thought that it's all about free collective bargaining, which implies that the union is working with an employer to set conditions. Well, you've got an NFU in your business, but I'm not quite sure who they see as the employer. I think they see the government perhaps as the employer, and that goes to Johnnie's observation. But the government isn't the employer at the end of the day. It's interesting to speculate on what the role the union should play. But I've got another thought too. I was working for the Steel Company of Wales when it got nationalised. It was the second most productive steel company in the world. And at the time, it had about 45,000 people. Today, I gather it's got 4,000 people and it's struggling. But all the basic infrastructure to make it as good as it was is still there. Nationalisation was part of the story that killed that activity.
Okay, comments from anybody? Yeah, Howell.
Yeah, I think if we nationalise whole of farming in the UK and the land, who will eventually own it? Could be the Chinese, could be some Australian firm, could be somebody from Malaysia. I think we've got to be really careful what we wish for sometimes. I'm quite happy to have this discussion with Anne, I think it was. I'm always open to opinions. If you look at the council houses, before somebody bought their council house, or after they bought it, they tend to look after their own property a bit better. So I think that'll be similar to farming, innit? You know, but you could argue that we're on a road to sort of land takeover by these investors and corporations anyway. So, you know, I'm dead against it, obviously, but you know, we have to be careful what we wish for, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Moving on to a question from Phil Carson. There will be some cases, even when a farm has achieved MSO, that will not be profitable without support. In some cases, these farms will be highly valuable for nature. What do governments need to do to support them? Who wants to start me off? Brian. Brian, would you like to have a go at
that? It's an interesting thing. Certainly, the support the government pays at that point, they could claim is entirely about biodiversity and the value of nature. But I think there's an obligation for farms to become profitable. And the process will be one of aggregation. 19% of the farms we looked at in one study couldn't cover variable costs. With a change in government support schemes, it's likely that many of those will go out of business. But it's an opportunity for their neighbors to either rent the property or buy the property and grow their own activity through aggregation. And I think that's the way that it should go. There is a point of aggregation where everybody at MSO should be making a profit before support.
Jane.
Sorry, I was just going to add, it's just farming different things. So you're farming the natural capital and you're farming that on behalf of the country and the people that live here. So up in Cumbria, we've got the most amazing landscape. And that would be a little bit like the National Trust looks after certain aspects of national treasures. We would be paid to do similar, but we would just be paid for being stewards and looking after the land in a different way, rather than being paid for producing cattle and sheep.
Okay. Anybody else like to comment?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Denise.
You. Thanks,
Denise.
Chris. Yeah, thank you, Chris. So have I understood this is about what kind of support we should get from government?
If you're not profitable, before support.
Okay. All right, before support. So my approach is that having support for habitat infrastructure development and improvement is actually an investment. And it's governments investing in the infrastructure of the countryside. And I think that's a really important approach. And it's not propping up failing businesses either. But this is different to kind of headage payments. This is actual physical infrastructure support. And we actually had the Cabinet Secretary on the farm last week, Mary Goujon, and that's exactly how I put it to her. That, this is investment, and we're looking across our farm, we need a lot more fencing to farm our cattle more effectively. And also I could demonstrate to her how that could improve biodiversity, and it's about investment.
Okay. Howell, I think you were coming in.
Yeah, so supporting and profitable farms, there could be different reasons why that farmer is unprofitable. But I think as long as government money goes towards farmers that are actually doing something, reaching an outcome, physically doing something to try and improve his farming system, his natural habitat, the ecosystem, biodiversity, which is fine, let's support them. But and if you want to be park rangers but look after the park sort of thing, great. But supporting people just because they are landowners, I think we have to move away from this sort of thing. If it isn't profitable, maybe an off-farm job can help to make it doable sort of thing. So there are ways and means sort of thing. There's mental health issues and everything involved here. So it's not an easy task, but I don't think we can just chuck money willy-nilly at somebody just because they own land.
Okay, Johnny.
I'm not entirely sure that the question is necessarily right, that MSO necessarily means that the variable costs are going to be covered, and until you just have to go back down the scale to find the point where maximum sustainable output is. And that point may be zero, where there is no work being done, so there are no costs being incurred, but there's no income coming from it either. So I'm not entirely sure it's possible to achieve MSO and not be profitable, or at least breaking even.
Yep.
That's exactly right. Yeah. Staying with you, Johnny, with your accountancy and your farming hat on, what would your definition of profitable be?
I look at profit or the benefit to our business in terms of the way that it's looked at in holistic management. So I look at agriculture or our business as being a three-legged stool, one of which is the ecology, one of which is the economy, and one of which is the people. And profitability means benefiting all three of those and contributing to agroecology.
Okay, has anybody got any comments on that?
Yeah, I do, Chris.
Yeah,
Gary.
Yeah, go.
I think if we go back a step to where we started, every enterprise should be taken into isolation and examined separately, and the public goods should be one of those enterprises. So that if you had an unprofitable farm, if you had an unprofitable sheep enterprise, that's your own fault. Get out or do something about it, or swing across to the public goods for, the public goods enterprise and make more money on that side of things. And just treat all enterprises completely separately, whether it's a subsidised enterprise or a standalone enterprise on the other side. The difficult bit would be trying to create a system where you need livestock or crops or whatever to create the environmental enterprise to be successful. That's the only cloudy area really, but all taken into isolation, every enterprise, I would say.
Okay, let's leave.
I just want to comment, if I may, Chris. I think it would be wrong to assume that some poor, unprofitable farm is doing a lot of environmental good.
Mm.
That's a false assumption.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, we've got 5 minutes. I've got one last question, and it's going to apply to all of you. Many farmers, particularly those in the Welsh uplands, are concerned that the shift from BPS to payments for environmental benefits will destroy their livelihoods. Do you think, panel, the approaches that you have adopted on your farm mean this need not be the case, or will such a significant policy change inevitably, or will such a significant policy change inevitably see many farmers go out of business? Martin.
Thanks. I think it's a fairer, better future. As a farmer, much of my management cost is managing the landscape and the environment. And if the public can contribute towards delivering that and in delivering improvements, we heard a comment about fencing. Is it an environmental protection fence to enhance the watercourse or the hedgerow, or is it a livestock fence? If it's an enhancement fence, can we get public support? And then we can communicate that tax revenue that the public are giving, are rewarding farmers for, to the community and to the taxman and to the public to justify why we need support in delivering what we do. So I think it's a better future, but we as farmers must communicate what we are delivering for that reward. And there's some comments in the chat earlier about the potential of only being covered for half or 3/4 or at cost. Well, if it's at cost, we can't deliver it. And that, we need additionality, and it's additionality that our landscape needs. So I think the future is a lot brighter if the policy really delivers what it says it could.
Okay, I'd like you just to answer this question and the same question to everybody else as well. Are you anticipating farmers going out of business, Martin?
There will be some going out of business. Some business models will not stack up going forward. I was in a meeting last week. They reckon 20% of farmers will leave the industry. And in the same breath, they're saying new entrants are going to come in and take those businesses on. So it's not the business is unprofitable. The current business manager is unprofitable, and a new entrant will come in and manage that landscape and run a different business. We really must focus our land management, our businesses and our farms around profitable farming businesses and drive our costs down and drive our revenues up. And that's where the future is.
Thank you. Denise.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with Martin there. And I think as farmers, we've just got to get used to actually making a living, and this is what it's all about, actually by through benefiting the environment, because that's where it all begins, and we've just got to get used to it. So, if a farm goes out of business because it is that dependent on BPS, well, no one deserves that ever. It would be horrible. But it would. I assume that'll be one of the 20% that goes out of business. We've just got to get used to farming for the environment.
Thank you.
And I think we can profitably too.
Okay, thank you. We've only got a couple of minutes left. Charlie.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is to provide farmers with the ability to make adaptations before we lose it straight away. Farming's like steering the Titanic or painting the Fourth Bridge. It takes a long time to invest in capital to steer your business in a certain direction. So any change of direction, we have to have the time to be able to adjust accordingly.
Do you think farmers are going to go out of business?
Yeah, no, I'm sure they are. We haven't a huge reliance on BPS here, but if I knew that money was coming in, I'd have it spent before it was here. So I'm sure there's many other farmers who are in the same position.
Thank you. Gary?
Yeah, we've all had the warning shots. Farmers will go out of business at different rates. I would say a gradual erosion of profits over the next few years. I can't see, unless they change the systems, that there's any chance anybody up in the hills up here will continue as they are now. no chance.
Okay, Johnny.
I think some farmers will go out of business, but I do also think there are a lot of people who are saying that they can't break into the industry. We need to have some kind of ability for the industry to turn over, for people who want to farm to get the opportunity to farm, and people who are stuck in farming and don't want to be there and are not making any money of it, have an opportunity for them to get out again.
Thank you. Jane.
Johnny, I totally agree. Some farmers will go out of business, but it'll be great to see those new farmers coming in who've got energy and positivity and vitality to inject into the whole industry, because there's no reason for a farmer's son to go into, or farmer's daughter to go into farming simply because their father's a farmer, any more reason than becoming a doctor just because your parents are.
Thank you. Howell.
Yeah, first of all, I can't wait for BPS to finish personally. Since 2016, that was a plan and talk, and it's so sooner better it happens. Obviously, there are going to be casualties. There have always been casualties. Doesn't matter what happens in farming, some will always go out of business anyway. My biggest worry is, like I've already said, the farmer can always sell his farm if it's own farm. A lot of them in this part of the world are, but who actually buys our farm? And they're going to prevent the next generation get on a farming ladder. That's my biggest worry and biggest concern. But no, I think just moving away from our BPS, because you didn't have to be a farmer to receive your BPS, just for luxury or owning land.
Okay, yeah, you've made your point very well on that one. And the last word to the non-gardener and non-farmer amongst us. Do you have a view, Brian?
Well, another way of looking at support is to see it as an alternative to a price rise. If farmers, for example, if someone like Howell could have his animals slaughtered for a fee and then had the mechanism to get the sort of prices that the abattoirs can get when they sell on the meat, he'd do well. The money's in the system, it's not in the right place. And what we've got to do is to try and get the prices where they should prevail. The farmers do most of the work for little of the recognized reward. And part of that is because the distribution chain, the supply chain, works against them, works against their financial interests. And it's not helped by the fact that they're relatively small in comparison to the other players. Now, if farmers go out of business, it would be nice to think that new people would come in, but it's equally important to think that those people that are left behind have an opportunity to pick up the assets for those that have departed. And that will allow, an expansion through aggregation and better economies of scale. And that's not to be discounted either.
Thank you. Maybe poorly managed on my part, but I hope we haven't finished on a really pessimistic note, because I think the whole day has been really rather optimistic. But this last question has brought a sense of realism, if not pessimism, to the this afternoon. Panel, thank you so much for your time and effort and your contribution to answering questions this afternoon. At this point, I'm going to hand back to Alison and I think Martin. Panel, thank you very much indeed.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you very much indeed, Chris, and to all the panel. It's been a really valuable session over the last hour. In a moment, I'm just going to ask Martin to give some closing thoughts and remarks at the end of the conference. But what I'd like to say, I know there were some questions in that session that weren't answered. We have been recording them all, and those that are not going to be answered, well, haven't been answered within the main part of the day, we will get back and put some answers to them as best we can when we send out the final information to all delegates. So please don't feel that they're not going to happen. We will put up a slide in a moment for various contacts and where you can find more information. And just to say that we will be coming back in our next incarnation for the Northern Real Farming Conference. We have 3 sessions running at that, and we will also be down at the Oxford Real Farming Conference as well in January. So if you're able to join us on any of those sessions, that would be absolutely great. But now I'm going to pass over to Martin to give the final closing remarks. Thank you.
And thank you very much. And Alison, thank you for all your hard work in pulling this together. And Chris, and your work. I know there's been a lot of late nights and hard work putting it together. But I think for everyone who's joined this session today has learned so much. Trying to just understand the MSO is a completely different thinking model to what we've all been brought up to believe and educated to do. And we need to help and support farmers go through this transition and actually be more profitable, have more healthier landscapes and viable businesses. So it's been a real pleasure to host everyone today. If you haven't already joined, I'm sure you're all members of the network. It's free to join. Do reach out to the network. We have leads in each country who are willing to support and engage wherever possible. We've got a number of other campaigns and other bits coming up shortly. So do keep in touch with I'm trying to think the name of the new hashtag.
Rethink Farming.
That's the one. Sorry, we've got a campaign that's launched this week, Rethink Farming. I've got too much going on in my head. Where we've got it's around the COP, and so 7 weeks of actions and solutions for climate change. And then we've got some more work coming out at the end of the year. So we look forward to further engagement, and do please keep in touch. And just thank you all for joining for today.
Just to also say my apologies to Gary that we couldn't get your camera working on that. I am just going to pop Gary's film on at the end. So if anybody wants to have their final 5 minutes, they can watch the film for Gary and his farm and what he's done. But yeah, thank you ever so much, everyone.
Yeah, so this is a very typical hill farm for Upper Wharfdale, running from 750 feet in the valley bottom there to 2,300 feet on Buckden Pike, which is behind me. Rainfall, annual rainfall of 72 inches, typically very inaccessible for vehicles, 6-month winters, dodgy summers, can create havoc with getting our crops in. So in 1995 we were lucky enough to secure the tenancy of this National Trust farm as it came up onto the open market. I'm a first generation farmer. We had to borrow quite a lot of money in those days to buy the flock of sheep which were inherent to the farm. And the standard thing to do in those days was to work with the subsidies and the environmental agreements to produce sheep and beef off these sort of hills. And the way that was done was to keep as many sheep as you possibly could within the constraints of the farm, and run suckler cows on a system which had been developed over the years for being kept inside throughout the winter, and continental type cattle. So throughout those 25 years, while we were actually making money, the point of where we were making the profit from was never really recognised. And then all of a sudden, 4 years ago, 2017, we had a bit of a wake-up call in that our HLS agreement came to its final year, and we were informed at very, very short notice that it would not be either moved forward or we would not be able to get into another scheme. So that in effect meant that we were going to have a 12-month break in our environmental payment income. So we analysed the business with the help of a consultant to find out where all the money was coming from and where it was going to, and really realised that the livestock enterprises weren't actually turning the profit which we had envisaged they were doing, considering the amount of labour and such like that was going into them. So after analysing our business, we were basically working out a way of getting through the next 12 months, because the subsidy portion of the income represented the annual profit. It was at the point where we decided to pull the business in pieces that this idea of MSO was brought to our attention. And MSO means maximum sustainable output, and we did the calculation on our farm, and we worked out that probably heading towards MSO would be a safer bet, considering the constraints that were available to us, coupled with a diversification project. Obviously we're in a very touristified area, and one of the main assets which we had been neglecting was the number of tourists that we have coming to the area. So we decided to set up a small campsite, which was immediately going to get us over the 12 months hiccup of no income. We decided to head towards the MSO, but we weren't sure just how to do it. We bought a core herd of traditional breed cattle. So these cattle spend 12 months of the year outside. They have very little cost attributed towards them, other than potentially having to take some silage to them in January and February time, or during periods of inclement weather when they can't actually physically get to the grass that's grazing. As time's progressed and we've increased the number of cattle that we've got, we have actually gone to a system which is based on the New Zealand style of deferred grazing. So what we actually do now is fasten large lumps of this upland land stock free for 3 or 4 months of the summer and allow the grass to grow as long as it possibly can. And that leaves a lot of rough grass for the cattle to graze over winter, so we can manage to keep away from the cattle over winter with the silage and the inputs by just allowing them to forage around on large areas of limestone ground that we have available to us, which was actually being underutilised. So we were paying rent on big areas of upland ground, but not actually using them very efficiently, because a lot of the sheep were having twin lambs and they were getting more and more pushed onto the more productive area of lands, which is obviously the valley bottoms, which then meant that we were having to buy fertiliser to keep that land growing grass. So we've been gradually moving into a transition period of keeping more cattle and keeping less sheep. We decided not to do it all at once. It has actually taken 4 or 5 years. It will take 7 years to get to where we want to be, because obviously there's cash flow issues with changing enterprises, and the cattle are quite a slow growing project. We don't sell them till they're 30 months old, so we couldn't afford a 30-month gap in income. So we carried on with the sheep, and we've gradually increased the number of cattle that we've got about, with the intention of probably calving somewhere in the region of 70 cows in the future and producing 500 lambs. And that figure was decided by a calculation done for MSO on our farm business. So we basically need to produce 500 lambs, 70 cattle a year. Obviously there's some further tweaks to make as we head towards 2025 when the single farm payment drops again. Our skills in managing these upland grasslands for cattle production should improve the way that they have done over the last few years, which will then allow us to increase our number of cattle that we sell from somewhere near 70 towards probably 100, which will then increase the profitability back to a level where we may be able to manage. So thinking back on the whole scenario, the most important point was where we started pulling the business in bits, looking back to see where all the money was going and where it was going to come from. And nobody makes those decisions lightly. It's very, very scary to make any changes whatsoever, and generally people don't do it unless they have to do it, and we absolutely had to do it. And it is the best thing we've done up to now.